I'm actually starting something resembling on time, even for a Friday. So things are improving. Looks like we've got encoding options as well, and we are tagged up for Darga's Dungeon. So it looks like a good start to today's stream. I'm also feeling quite a bit better. Yesterday, I had some... I'm going to have to assume some fish that was not very good because I was feeling absolutely dreadful. But it seems to have been specifically just the food that I ate. So, you know, it's I'm better today. I think I still have a little bit of a cough, and I know everybody's asking about COVID, but I'm feeling well. So looking forward to a nice, good stream.
To our family. You remember our venerable house? Opulent and imperial, gazing proudly from its stoic perch above the moor. I lived all my years in that ancient, rumor-shadowed manor, fattened by decadence and luxury. And yet I began to tire of conventional extravagance. Singular, unsettling tales suggested the mansion itself was a gateway to some fabulous and unnameable power. With relic and ritual, I bent every effort towards the excavation and recovery of those long-buried secrets, exhausting what remained of our family fortune on swarthy workmen and sturdy shovels. At last, in the salt-soaked crags beneath the lowest foundations, we unearthed that damnable portal of antediluvian evil. Our every step unsettled the ancient earth. But we were in a realm of death and madness. In the end, I alone fled laughing and wailing through those blackened arcades of antiquity, until consciousness failed me. You remember our venerable house, opulent and imperial. It is a festering abomination. I beg you, return home, claim your birthright, and deliver our family from the ravenous, clutching shadows of the darkest dungeon.
One thing I've noticed watching the cutscene over again, let's see if we can read this in time. Darkest Dungeon is about making the most of a bad situation. Quests will fail or must be abandoned. Heroes will die, and when they die, they stay dead. Progress autosaves constantly, so actions are permanent. The game expects a lot out of you. How far will you push your adventurers? How much are you willing to risk in your quest to restore the hamlet? What will you sacrifice to save the life of your favorite hero? Thankfully, there are always fresh souls arriving on the stagecoach, seeking both adventure and fame in the shadow of the dimmest dungeon. I notice the opening cinematics for Darkest Dungeon have a lot of like plates of food with a little bit left over on them. Like the bed has 2 plates of food and like a couple of bottles on it in that opening cutscene, and then Darkest Dungeon 2 opens with sort of this neglected plate. That one's quite a bit older, with you know, sort of flies flying around it. But now I gotta wonder if Chris Barassa's like did he have a roommate that left a lot of plates of food around? Because I actually had a roommate like that. It was miserable. Anyways, I hope you're all doing well. Let's jump into at least the playthrough. So I've said this for a few weeks now. I long passed the threshold of furthest I've gotten in a game, and this isn't just
curiosity, interest, and obsession. Mile markers on my road to damnation.
It's not even a question of doing Crimson Court content or anything like that. I may have done the third So there's kind of 3 versions of each type of boss. But I might have done 1 or 2, but at this point here, I'm pretty sure everything that I'm fighting is something that I have not even encountered yet. So there is a question in terms of how I want to be sort of spending my time and using my team. So first thing I'll do, yeah, we're okay for stresses. I'm reasonably wealthy. I do want to start removing some negative traits from the A-team, but I also want to try and stay above 10k if I can. So I remember we were working on some blueprints. There was something that I think I wanted the one for the Vestals and the yes, the Altar of the Light. So if we can get a few more deeds, that would be best. And I have a few options available to me. So we can continue to pursue the courtyard. Now I'm going to need an invitation for that. So this would, in practice, mean doing another journey inside here. That's actually one of the less attractive options to me right now. We could go after the Brigand 16-pounder or the Drowned Crew in the Cove. Traditionally, what I've done is I've used these encounters to level up some team members. So this would be somebody who's at level 5, and this is usually how I sort of bring them to the edge on 6. Now, we've got a pretty good crew of level 6 characters, but again, we're not really... I don't really gain anything if I kind of complete a dungeon with level 6 people. So I think what I'm probably going to do here is I'm going to try and work my level 3s up to level 5. There's something attractive about trying to bring up sort of the lower level people as well, but one of the things I've noticed is when we get to the stagecoach, I think one of the things that the game does to try and make it... one common complaint I hear about this game... Sorry, I need to learn to finish my sentences again. One of the common complaints that I will hear about this game, which I sort of understand, but I don't personally feel for myself, is it's a real drag to restore heroes that are lost. There's actually a number of people who, I quite value their opinions on games, and they say that is the thing that has actually kept them from playing Darkest Dungeon through to the end. And of course, the important thing is that just because you don't play a game to the end doesn't mean that you don't enjoy it, but it marks a pretty clear departure point that you have the pain of losing a hero that you value, and the prospect of leveling up a replacement is not enticing enough for you to go back in. Now, I obviously like this game a lot, and I enjoy going through the encounters. I'll admit, like, it would be nice to be able to maybe make a little more progress, to kind of have this constant upwards trajectory and just feel like I'm kind of constantly making progress. And I suspect the idea of losing certain characters sort of hurts that feeling. But the best to say, I probably shouldn't have introduced the idea by sort of saying is like, these are people whose opinions I respect and all of that. Like, it's a matter of taste, and you can't really argue with matters of taste. Essentially, for me, I have not found that to be the kind of deal breaker that I know others do. And actually, it brings me to the fact that I've been playing a little bit more Darkest Dungeon 2 on my free time. And I'm really interested in that game. Like, it is quite different from this, which I think is a good choice. There are some cases of sequels, in fact, a lot of cases of sequels, where there seems to be that premise of, we liked that previous thing, give us more of that previous thing, but maybe, a few little tweaks. And I at least my feeling of Darkest Dungeon 2 is that it's actually quite a different experience. Chief among them, I think Darkest Dungeon 2, like, it feels a lot more difficult. But what I may be responding to with Darkest Dungeon 2 is the fact that it sort of seems to have... Like, at least my experience of it right now is it's a little bit like a rodeo. I want to see how long I can I can stay on it before I get wiped out. I'm pretty sure there's an overall destination and there's like a point where you'll build up. But here, like I just pretty much automatically assume every run that I go on is going to end with me dying, and me dying very quickly. And I sometimes wonder if that's a choice, or if there's something about that will help people who have the feeling of, oh, I lost a major character, and I don't really have it in me to level them up again. I sort of wonder if the way that the Darkest Dungeon 2 works is sort of designed to make the failure be a little bit more explicit, and to make it feel like the loss of a major character is not like a major milestone. Like it's not one of these moments where you'll sort of make the hard decision to, to quit or not. It's more, it's almost kind of like how people react to battle royales. If you lose a battle royale, it's almost nothing. You just generally, when you watch people play them, they'll just load up another game, whether that's Apex, Fortnite, Warzone. I guess PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which, by the way, so I know some of you know my tendency to really like incepting titles, so Dungeons and D&D, Coder of the Old Republic, things like that. It turns out PUBG Battlegrounds is now the actual name of the game. So I guess so like I can't use that one anymore. But yeah, anyways, it's an interesting take. I'm still trying to figure out how I feel about it. I really like kind of the feel of Darkest Dungeon 2. It's a neat experience, but I'm definitely like Darkest Dungeon right now. It's really got its hooks in me. Like this has definitely been one of the more consistent runs I've been going with. Well, I mean, obviously because I've gone further than I ever have before, but like this is really one where like I look forward to the Friday streams. And hey, Starbright Knight, it's been a while. Thank you very much for the resubscription. Have you been streaming lately? I feel like I haven't seen you online, but maybe it just our times are a little bit different. Happy New Year to you. Good to see you. A little bit now and then. Okay, cool. I mean, the fact that I haven't seen someone online doesn't really mean a whole lot, because I've changed a little bit how I spend my time. I've actually generally been getting a bit more done in terms of stuff that I want to do, but it has meant I've been spending a little bit less time on Twitch, except to broadcast on it. But I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for thinking of me. I hope you're looking forward to some Darkest Dungeon, because I was just saying how much I enjoy this game, and I'm looking forward to it. I will actually demonstrate that by playing it in a few minutes, but it gives me a chance. It's nice to catch up with everyone and talk about a few things. But yeah, no, in terms of Darkest Dungeon 2, like, Darkest Dungeon I really, really like. And I mean, in this case, I'm sort of locked into this type of experience. And again, I think one of the things I like about the decisions for Darkest Dungeon 2 is they decided not to just make it a retread of Darkest Dungeon. It does look like they're doing their own, they're doing something unique for that, which I really appreciate. Especially because I know like a decision like that, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it really doesn't pay off. Like sometimes people really want, the same, and it doesn't necessarily get rewarded. But yeah, I haven't quite gotten to the point. Like what I tend to find is that when I get wiped in Darkest Dungeon 2, that's usually the end of my session. I sort of feel like Darkest Dungeon 2, I should probably be like just jumping back in a little bit like this one, where like I immediately go into the next dungeon over and over again. So Twitch didn't send you a year review. You didn't get to see how many times you used the emote like you. Oh, that's a shame. Did you check your spam? Because I actually did get a year-end review. I don't know if it showed me the emotes that I was using, but yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I know you're a big fan of the. I actually really appreciate you using those. Oh, you did? Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, I actually really appreciate your use of those emotes, because I think the Eyes of Sin did a really wonderful job on them. And obviously I don't get a chance to see them as often as I would like, so it's always a nice little reminder, you know, reminder of the author. Hey, Camerooni, good to see you. I actually have a couple of plans for your character tonight, so we'll see what we can do. Anyways, I was talking about the stagecoach. So I think one of the things to get past the feeling that you have this grueling journey ahead of you to restore your characters is the fact that you can sort of level things up as experienced recruits, right? So you get the Resolve 3 heroes. So in any case, I tend to leave the... I'm going to focus more on my level 3s because I know I can't get any better from the Stagecoach network, whereas these 4 may be replaced by level 2, level 3 heroes. So yes, I do know you use it in an automated fashion, which is wonderful for my stats. Thank you. Anyways, yeah, so we were talking about leveling up some level 3 people. So this means that these simple ones, as much as I'd love to do something like, We Must Eat, because this will get me my upgrade, we have to go for one of the 2 warrens, either explore 90% of rooms or complete 100% of room battles. And because this will get me the deeds, it's not even really a choice. So my inclination is to focus on the people who have experience. Now, the fact of the matter is the Antiquarian's not necessarily going to be bringing a whole lot to... the Antiquarian's not necessarily going to be bringing a whole lot to... like... they're not really going to make a huge difference on, like, the future fights. Actually, yeah, that's an important question. So, like, if I'm going to be going after the drowned crew, do I really want to be bringing an Antiquarian? Probably not. So, Wrathgaber? Let's get you in the crew. I'll still bring the Antiquarian on some things, but I think probably if we're focusing on bringing some people to take out bosses... well, actually, I can think of a couple things that the Antiquarian might be able to do, but... Anyways, before we go too far, let's just make sure everybody's got the skills that they need. Probably went nuts there, but... What am I doing? Blacksmith. Okay, so I'm not going to try and remove any conditions right now. Like I said, we want to try and keep 100k in the bank. That's just an arbitrary number. There's no like major reason for me to do that. Do we have artifacts? Yes, we do. Try and pack a little lighter this time. The swine are resistant to disease thanks to their unclean living. I was trying to think if there's anything else to talk about over the next little while. I've finished another YouTube series recently, so I'm going to take a little...
They breed quickly down there in the dark, but perhaps we can slay them even faster.
Oh wow, I definitely overpacked. Do I have everything? I'll go with this for now. Yeah, so I'm going to be taking a small break from that while I, one, just recharge, but two, I have a couple things I want to prepare before I I go too far with it. All right. Bracing start. Is this right? Yeah, fair. Blight and Bleed are the same. Oh, but yeah, okay. Noxious Blast it is. Okay, Erasmus gets a little spooked, but
the birthplace of dread. A singular strike.
it's a lot of light. Making breakfast and watching on the TV, so I don't keep asking questions like last time. One request: if you have to die at some point later today, please make sure you kill me well. Thank you both for using the Aristotle emote, and I will do my best not to kill you. And please do not feel... I'm really sorry if I'm giving the impression that I don't like questions or don't want to hear questions. I actually do. I do like it very much. I do have a tendency to go on for a bit in answering questions.
Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
But that's about me. That is definitely not a. That is definitely not a question of. Like me feeling that I need to, like that's definitely not me being like, oh god, I wish they'd stop asking questions or that. I actually appreciate the opportunity to interact with people, and I think some of you have heard me. Like in some cases, I'll say, okay, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna leave this aside for the next little while because I want to make some progress in that. But I don't know, like it's a small channel. I'm here for you. Actually, the best thing that I can say is some of you have been here when I've played a reasonably big game before it comes out, and you'll see a lot of people be like, just play the game, I don't care about your opinions on things, and so on and so forth. And I've never really come out and said it, but I'm never really interested in catering to those people, because as soon as the game comes out, they're not going to come back again. So the question is, like, again, you want to find a balance, right? You want to do a good show for people, but the one thing I don't want to do, and I think there is kind of a path to madness if you try and do this. If you try and change to kind of pursue a particular number, you can't really get upset if people who used to like really like your stuff stop showing up, because you've changed. You're pursuing a particular type of audience. And to be honest, I know all know how I don't really respond well to backseating. Like, if I'm going to follow the requests from people who are telling me how to stream or telling me how to play a game, that's going to mean that I'm going to be really unhappy streaming, and that's not really a good way of making it a long-term thing. So with that in mind, like, I kind of recognize that the responsibility to make sure that the chatty bits are managed, like, that falls on me, and sometimes I fail at it and sometimes I get a little bit better at it. But I actually really do appreciate the chat and the interaction, because it gives me a chance to sort of respond to things that someone in chat is interested in, as opposed to me making a best guess or just kind of talking about something that happened to me on the day or something like that. But yeah, so definitely apologies if I make it sound like I'm not appreciative of people asking questions or talking about stuff. Okay, I mean, it's a blight grenade in the back row, so I don't expect a lot for the... Yeah, we always keep blighting the pig people anyway. Clearly, getting rid of the madman is priority number one.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
The swine spawn is also a bit of a priority, because they can constant dread as well. Dread isn't the end of the world for my team, but it's... If I can, I'd like to... Wow! If I can, I'd like to keep that to a minimum just so that I can we'll put some defenses up. Yeah, if I can, I'd prefer to keep the stress to a minimum, simply because it will let me bring this team back into an encounter again. I misjudged.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Death by inches.
Wow! Okay, we're definitely going to continue adventuring. I mean, there is some sense in... there is some sense in just taking the loot and running, but... Hey, Erasmus, you are in the party.
Watch your step.
Just want to see if there's some curios that we can make, or get some decent pickups from. I'm hoping I'll do a decent job. I think all I've really accomplished here is getting a little stress from walking around.
Such blockages are unsurprising. These tunnels predate even the earliest settlers. The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
I even knew that was coming. All right.
Some experiments should have never happened. You are doing just work ending them.
So yeah, we spent a whole bunch of money on stuff we didn't use at all. Hysterical blindness.
The degeneracy of the hamlet is nothing, I fear, when compared to the condition of surrounding acres.
Stunned by the apparent value of the thing concealed amidst its putrid feathers, onlookers wondered if a trek to its perch might not be in order. Okay, first things first. Let's see if we have any... Okay, nothing too special to replace. Okay, yeah, we can definitely run with that. This will give me a chance to get a little little repair work in. So let's treat the hysterical blindness, Erasmus. Let you. Oh, it's meditating while camping, but fair enough. GNR/ seems to have a bit of... I wonder why their stress keeps going up. Anyways, we're definitely going to go to the Shrieker. So, stunned by the apparent value of the thing concealed amidst its putrid feathers, onlookers wondered if the trek to the perch might be in order. So... I'm gonna go without... I don't think I have a Hellion anymore. It's basically a question of damage here. I'm not really gonna bring healers if I can avoid it. No! This actually looks quite good at avoiding the debuffs. Yeah, I kind of doubt our ability to deliver on this now that I think of it. Ugh! I'm generally okay with them splitting the damage among the party. The big question is...
A devastating
can I turn that in? Okay, we're starting to get a bit of the bleed.
mortality clarified in a single
Okay,
strike.
that's a problem. But yeah, if they split the damage amongst the party, that's actually not that big of a problem. He's running away, isn't he?
The blood quickens.
Oh, we still got it. I don't think we got any of the
We
other
dug for
items,
months, years, an eternity, and we were rewarded with madness.
By accident, an enterprising charlatan brewed an actual potent draft made from dust harvested from the comet. It can work wonders for a price. That's quite high for... Erasmus now has an unquiet mind. Okay, so obviously first priority is to get everybody's gotta get everybody's stress dealt with. No really high-level heroes in the group. So, we're going to try leveling up those level 4s with one level 3 as a straggler. There's really only one option here, which is the Warrens. And it will get me some portraits. Lyra seems to got... I gotta figure out what's causing the stress. A little less likely that we're going to walk away with full stress on this one, but...
To prosecute our war against the swine, we must first scout their squalid homes.
I think I'm just going to go kind of down and up for starters. Yeah, actually that works pretty well. I guess I could have also... Well, not really. I'm sure there will be other details that... that'll cause me, cause me to change the path. But for now, and Olaf, thank you very much for the host. How you doing? Definitely feeling better than before. So thank you for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. So if I can, it'd be nice to get rid of the gatekeeper. I should probably... Yeah.
Eradicated.
So they might do a healing attack, so I didn't see any point in targeting them. Well,
slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Yeah.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Disadvantage. Give them no quarter.
So the invitation's a nice pickup, but I'm not 100% sure where I'm gonna get blood for this character. I'm really bad for traps tonight.
Ancient traps lie in wait.
Okay, this shouldn't be too tricky.
Strong and thirsting for blood.
Annihilated.
Kind of feel like those are a bit of a
Remind
gimme.
yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
And again, the key on this one is that we don't necessarily need to fight all that much. We just need to get to all of the rooms, but unless we have a high scout, we don't really have a way of predicting where the fights are coming.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
I do have bandages. Oh. Hey. It's an unexpected benefit.
The light, the promise of safety.
Okay, so back row is a pretty high priority. I'm gonna Plague Grenade it. Again, there's never a high expectation for the Blight to work, but it really feels like we do rip through their Blight resistance for whatever reason. Ooh. So we need one more hit on this end.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Okay, so there's no point in attacking this target anymore. I'm gonna self-heal the... self-heal the Plague Doctor. The worst part of this is basically going to be working through the protection on the Swine Reaver, but we'll get through it.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
It's a little questionable whether I should be using 2 heals with this kind of a target on the board. But my logic here is that if I split it among the 2 characters, I'll have some kind of a... For an individual character, the net amount will be higher. It may not necessarily be... the total amount may not be there, but... Well, it's a moot point anyway. We got the Plague Doctor. Oh. Okay, so I think we'll ditch the anti-venom. Actually, we'll ditch the holy water first.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
Bad for loot. And I think we'll ditch one of the firewood too.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
So it's been pretty forgiving both on torches and a lack of room battles. Makes me wonder what the game's got in store for me later.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
Okay, we've got a fight ahead of us, but nothing worth sort of moving around for. All right. on second thought, can I avoid this? So it seems like the blight that comes from the Noxious Blast is considerably higher, and their blight and bleed resist are the same. So, I mean, actually, I'm willing... Okay, so I would have been willing to try Rampart to... I was willing to do Rampart to try and stun this guy. If I do that, it means I can't use the Iron Swan to hit him in the back row, so we'll just do a standard crush. We're almost at half health from the start, so it definitely could be worse.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
Ah!
becoming unwound.
Couldn't do that last turn, huh? Oh, Jesus Christ. I love the extra turn to get the heal in, but... My God.
Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss.
So, I guess I'm getting the heal in. You're kidding. Oh, but the Blight's still gonna take him out, so.
As the ghoulish collection scatters, the rats prepare to feast.
So yeah, I definitely think we gotta use the firewood now.
Ghoulish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
So of course there's always the danger of an ambush, but
Circle in the dark.
the hope is we can
The battle may yet be won.
we can prep against it. Okay, so we don't have anything to prevent an ambush. So the first thing I want to do is get some healing in. Okay, so tactics, yeah, party gets the bonus there. I'm ready for battle, let them come. There is nothing for it now, we've run out of wood. Stonework is far older than the manor above. For what foul use were these halls laid?
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
So this is one of these cases where I actually wish I had the second stack of firewood, but we'll get through it. If I do... There's really no clever way to catch all of them. We'll head back to this, maybe. So bleed's going to be a big one on the Swine Reaver.
Obliterated.
Nice.
Surges as the enemy
So
crumbles.
this might afford me a little chance to heal. No, maybe not. Oh, that's much needed.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Ah, crap. Swinotaur's a pain. We're still gonna focus on the stress dealer.
A singular strike.
Okay, so they're gonna charge us next time, so that means either I want to stun or kill it, neither of which is gonna work, but I'll do what I can. It's not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. Not quite enough. No, by all means, move back.
The bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
So here I want to take a chance to heal people up. Oh crap, I really gotta watch those numbers. That's the second time I've gotten the wrong order in. I could have messed around with the order for another heal, but it's not that big of a deal.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Jade's really not worth that much to me, so I think I'm gonna leave it. I should have ate the food, but that's life. The rooms have been curiously tame. It's like there's lots of rooms, but very few fights. I've been skipping most of these because we've got a full pack, and I'm doing okay stress-wise right now. So if I can avoid generating too much stress, you know, it'll let me move to the next improvement. Okay, this is a very manageable group. We're going to be spreading it out a little bit as far as the damage goes. That's maybe not my favorite, but otherwise this is a very manageable little group. Oh, wow.
The ground quakes.
Oh, that's right, I didn't do the right ordering.
A victory. Perhaps the turning point.
I was supposed to Iron Swan
A
him.
trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Nothing really to be gained by fighting the cocoon. Okay, this is going to be bad for stress, so again, if we can put priority on the back 2 rows, so much the better. I'm actually going to risk a plague grenade here on the chance that we can get that ticking damage. Alright, well, ticking damage on the one we needed. And then the Man-at-Arms probably can mop him up. Yep, so sources of stress. We can still get stress from like really tough attacks, but in general we're in good shape here. We might get banged up a bit, but we get our health back tomorrow, so.
A powerful blow.
In this case, it's just a matter of beating him up as... Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, the game's been curiously merciful at the start, so I'm wondering what nightmares are awaiting me. Yeah, I think they're just waiting. I think they're just waiting for Like when I've got more more named like more like chat heroes.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
We'll ditch the blight. There's kind of an argument to ditch the shovels, but on the odd chance that it's this one that I need. Okay, same strategy as before. So I specifically target the 4th position in these cases because I've got 3 so I've got 3 characters that can target the 4th position, 2 of which do major damage. So the Hellion and the Marksman. But the Man-at-Arms can target position 3, so I generally have an idea whether or not it's like the hits are going to turn out. So like we know position 4 is dead. So in this case, I can start focusing on other targets. It'd be nice if I could hit number 3, but... So that one, on the other hand, you know, didn't quite deliver. But.
Devastating blow.
Sorry, for some reason I thought this was still in hiding.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Actually, you know what? So I was thinking the curio could be a treasure chest, but not 9 times out of 10, but the majority of times it actually isn't something.
Possible.
It isn't something I need. So. If you can give me a quick minute, I'm not going to make it a really long absence, but I'd like to refill my tea, so I'm just going to step away from the keys for a quick minute to put the kettle on. I'm going to need another step away to actually refill things, but I'm just going to get things started, so I will be back in just a minute. All right, Tea's super important. No one will begrudge you that. I used to have a nice glass teapot that could keep warm with just a tea light for hours. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, I know Olaf doesn't 100% approve. I know Olaf would prefer coffee, but my coffee press is actually in the dishwasher right now, so not a excuse me. Not as much of an option right now, but it's a nice tea. Like it's I brought out the good stuff for this broadcast. I'm like I totally get it. Like I love coffee. Actually, okay. When I was learning French, I'm like perpetually learning French, but like this was in school. So I had a friend from Paris. She's quite a talented economist, actually a very good mathematician as well. Very talented economist. I think she wound up working with a really impressive guy at Stanford, Matthew Gensko. I've only had a chance to meet him once when he was giving a presentation at UBC, but it was a really cool paper that he did, and definitely there's a lot of stuff that I think he's done which has it's the sort of stuff that I like actively keep on top of. So like she's just absolutely killed it. But I've always had a bit of difficulty learning French, and being able to have someone who's a native speaker who's kind of working to give me some proper practice as opposed to sort of the finger exercises you'll wind up doing in a class was really helpful. And I can't remember the exact phrasing that I put in, but like it was an expectation for us to do a short essay about ourselves, and this is going to be related to coffee. But yeah, so the expectation was that you'd sort of write an essay about yourself, and it was like it was kind of it was expected that you'd kind of give some sort of expression. And what I had done was I wrote, in terms of describing myself, that I always had a coffee, and the specific phrasing that I used was like, quite literally always, as in it is not possible for me to be without a cup of coffee. So it would be, in normal circumstances, this would not be an appropriate sentence. And she actually said, is like, I was going to say that this was wrong, but I don't think I've ever seen you without a coffee cup. And I said, it's like, yeah, that was my intention. Like, is that what that sentence means? It's just, yeah, actually, that's... I wouldn't have expected, like, just she kind of caught herself partway through, but she's like, what she's gonna say was like, I wouldn't have expected someone at your level to say that, but like that's completely fair, because I'm not a very good French speaker. But yeah, I love my coffee, but I also like tea, and it is a I don't know, like it kind of depends on my mood for each one. But right now, tea is my only option. The other one, actually, apparently, I'm rather good at jokes in French. I made my French instructor laugh quite a bit with some of the stuff that I wrote. It's mostly just because I really don't like doing, like, average essays. If I'm going to write an essay, like, ideally, I'm going to have some fun with it. And so parody's sometimes kind of neat. All right. Oh, and the kettle's boiling, so I'll be back in just a second.
Futile struggle, or penance for my unspeakable transgressions.
You're for nerds, Night Valiant. How you doing? Actually, sorry. I should get my... Oh, that's right. Hang on. Let me see if I can do this on my mobile. So that way I don't subject you all to some weird... So I know if I tab out, it messes up the cursor. So first of all, I should have done this earlier, but Starbright Knight was in... Actually, it could still be in here. They are... Oops. I'm terrible at this. So, Starbright Knight was in here, a streamer who I know from Miss Ariela's channel. And because I'm not tabbing, I know I'm also going to get Night Valian 28 down correctly. So Night Valian 28. My apologies, I can't say what I... So I know Starbright Knight best for a lot of really fun Marbles on Stream streams. And but I will admit I like hanging out with Starbright Knight just really for the conversations. And Night Valian, on the other hand, has been doing... I most recently remember Mechanicus, but I believe he's done with Mechanicus. You're doing Final Fantasy VI, but I don't think that was the most recent thing I saw you playing. And I know I haven't been in your stream the last couple of nights, so I'm not sure what you're playing now. Anyways, I guess he kind of gave up on... He sort of gave up on Mechanicus because it was too hard. But he's okay. He's an okay guy. Falcon lost 1,000 gold after becoming overcome with emotion and donating generously. And we've got some people thirsting for the blood. Alright. Let's see what we can do with everybody's afflictions and stresses. So GNR Slush is got to... Like, I really would prefer to cure Erasmus, but we're so close to getting them to level 5, so let's roll the dice one more time. As always, we'll take a quick peek, see if we have any improvements. We do not. Lies and falsehood? Well, wasn't it like, I guess you'd found there was like secret levels, and then you're like, I'm tired of this, and like you gave up? That's fine, I mean, the game's not for everyone. Oh, hang on, I have an improvement to make. So we're now at the, we've got the deeds. So yes, Altar of Light, Crusader, Vestal, and Flagellant, 10% stun resist, and the big thing that we're looking for, healing skills. If I believe we have the best of everything. In fact, I'd be willing to guess there's probably a Steam achievement for that, but I don't have my Steam overlay enabled. Or do I? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't have my Steam overlay enabled. Fun that plague is one syllable and... is it ague? I have no idea how to pronounce... Like, I've seen it written, but it's one of these things that I've never actually said out loud. Now you got me curious. All right, here's... Oh yeah, you got it. And turns out that Google can help us too. Yeah, actually, I remember there's a poem about English pronunciation, and I think it's because of the rhyming scheme. I know how to say ague then, but whenever I read it in other contexts, I say it. I don't know. Fortunately, in my day-to-day life, I have never had to pronounce it in front of someone who values me for getting it correctly, but echo generation. Ah, cool. Actually, I'm really glad that more of you are getting into Night Valiant stuff. It's fun when when he hits it big. I fully expect that I'll be sitting there saying gave him a start. All right, we got more stuff that we can do. So I was really tempted to go for the bank, but again, the extra cash really isn't worth it, in my opinion. Like, we can get cash through other means. On the other hand, the House of the Yellow Hand, Bounty Hunter, Grave Robber, Highwayman, better crit and scouting chance? Yeah, that's worth it. So, House of the Yellow Hand is built. When you hit it big, you're traveling to Canada, you're going to have a one... No, it's got to be Smash. So, a few of you know that... Brace Yourself Games very kindly invited me to their office, and it turns out that Ryan Clark, the founder of it, is really, really good at Smash, and I've never played it before. So, needless to say, between now and the next time I am going to Vancouver, first of all, I need to get a Switch. So I'm gonna, I don't know, I'll put up like a Patreon or something like that. I was hoping, actually, so for those of you who are interested in this stuff, I now have 2 written works that can be heard on YouTube. So I did a recording of Jonathan Swift's A Modest Proposal, and now the Christmas reading of A Christmas Carol is available online. I will confess I'm a little surprised at the lack of take-up that they've gotten. I'd say there's probably about 20 views among them combined. And that definitely doesn't mean that I'm not going to be doing them anymore. It just, like... It surprised me maybe a little bit that it wasn't more taken up, because like it's a really common thing that I hear, right? You should do audiobooks. What was I gonna say? But yeah, so I was thinking, it's like, oh yeah, if I do like a Patreon or something like that, maybe I could make reading one of those options. And then I took a look at the take up of those videos, and I'm like, nope. So. And you're going to show me the one... I've had Beaver Tales. I just try to avoid too much sugary stuff, because I'm not fun. There's another thing I was going to say, but I've completely forgotten it, and I'm sure you all would prefer it if I just talked about Darkest Dungeon. So, as before, we'll turn our 4s into 5s. We'll probably have to give them a rest before we go after... one of the objectives, but that's not the end of the world. I'm also gonna have to bring some blood. Out of curiosity, was anybody here when I read George Orwell's essay on tea?
These salt-soaked caverns are teeming with pelagic nightmares.
they must be flushed out.
I believe we can remove the Crimson Curse when we kill the Countess. So I believe when you beat a boss, that's how you can get rid of the... Alright. Okay, so I've definitely done it on stream before, but if we're in that wonderful slot where...
Destroy them.
Oh man, that was a good hit. Oh, I forgot, I probably can upgrade... I can actually probably upgrade a few of my, few of the items. Anyway, yeah, so like, I definitely know it's one I've done on stream before, but if it's not something that we've, like, the people here have heard, it's a pretty short one. I will happily... Well, actually, I suppose the other question is whether or not anybody's heard George Orwell's essay on tea. Only for those in the party? No. So, yeah, if you, basically you can get rid of the Crimson Curse. Like, the Crimson Curse is removed from everyone when you, like, complete, an area in the Crimson Court. So, like, if you beat the Viscount, that will eliminate the... That will eliminate the curse for everyone. Oh, god damn it. I was hoping that I could at least get the mark applied.
Death by inches.
So, normally I'd heal, but there's not a whole lot to heal right now.
Obliterated.
All too easy.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten. As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Ouch!
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Slowly, gently.
If I can get a heal in...
How a life is taken.
So there's a risk that I get a bleed as a result of the gladiator, but I'm gonna risk it. Ooh. Crit for crit, apparently. Alright, that's not a costly heal. If we counted the party as one big health pool, we're up 9 still.
This expedition at least promises success.
I always hate it when they're in the shadows.
Instinct is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Alright, we're gonna use Iron Swan anyway.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
So if we can get heals in, we should do it.
Their cursed champion falls.
Alright, well, gives us a reason to camp, I suppose, but... So oddly enough, I'm not as mad at the eating options when my party's like a little low on health. Like, sorry, not a little low, but like they've lost a little bit of health, just because it feels like that's actually accomplishing something. It's definitely those times when everybody's like in full, kind of in full health, that I'm like, I hate it when I get that item or that event. Basically, I just think the game should only have good things happen to me, unless I'm good and ready for it. Okay, so it says room battle with the Curios. I have to go there. We'll pass over these guys.
The light, the promise of safety.
So we're not... Oh, this is gonna be so hard.
Well struck. Decimated.
Erasmus just saved the party.
Exposed to a killing blow. The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
It's impossible to kill. There we go. Hanar down.
In Radiance, may we find...
Ah! These things are the worst. I have like no blight resist either. Ouch. Because we don't have enough stress on the Musketeer already.
returns. Even the...
Oh, I hate you. What is this game? Well, nice knowing you, Erasmus. Oh, actually, looks like you resisted the bleed. Good work.
The horror.
Thank God. Still gonna drop the noxious blast. Like, we could get rid of this this unit through other means, but I do want to, just because this thing's got 50% protection, it's best that I you know, I bring up the blight. Okay, in fairness, this is not nearly as bad as it could have gone against a Mr. Arterial Pinch here. I say Mr. It could be a Mrs. Who knows? I don't know if that lasts between turns, but...
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Alright, what do we want to give up? Clear out the blight. Book of Intuition's not bad. We'll leave it behind, though. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I want to try and do. No. Cool. Wouldn't be the worst decision for me to camp. I think I'll maybe do that in this room. I'm thinking just because we might have some things that we can do to get rid of the stress.
The match is struck.
So even though I might be
Blazing
camping
star is
soon, I don't
born.
want to have low torches. Not bad. I mean, it's not really gonna save us, but oh man, they really like. All right, let's see what happens with this room. I could have used a shovel. The thing is, I don't know if there's any blockages along this way, so. I've redundant everything, like Valiant.
Masterfully executed.
I mean, they call me Mr. Krogan. I probably should have made that a position 3 attack because we can toss. No, I was gonna do the blight anyway. We can still clear him out.
Formation is broken.
You have arteries at home. I'll take it. So I'm gonna make a call here. I'm gonna take the shot on the Uka Crusher, assuming that the Man-at-Arms is gonna be able to clear out the Spearman. Bad call.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
So we still need to get a little more damage in. Oh, nope, that's enough to kill it, so.
Soothed, sedated.
Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
So we'll ditch the citrine. I'm going to use the firewood.
A moment of respite. A chance to steel oneself against the coming horrors.
Okay, so this is going to be about, if I can, curing stress. Looks like we don't have a lot of options for that. Ugh. Yeah, so it's just the musketeer who can encourage people. Well, that's not great. Because we have opened ourselves up to potential ambush. Oh, but
Darkness closes
well,
in, haunting the hearts of men.
at least we get the good battle music.
A decisive pummeling. The ground quakes.
Yes, please continue to crit the corpse.
Dazed, reeling, about to break. A victory. Perhaps a turning point. The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden. The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Money's cool.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Yeah, so we are definitely worse off after that. Well, that's not entirely true. We did get rid of the disease. Or the ague, as Chad has reminded me. Ah! Alright, I am the best at Darkest Dungeon if we can walk away without the Musketeer
A singular
losing
strike.
their marbles. Even though they've got protection, at this point just doing hits straight to the face helps us wear it down for the the bleed to finally claim them. Although, a Noxious Blast makes a heck of a lot more sense.
A devastating blow.
Anyway, like I said, best at Darkest Dungeon. Oh man, this game's really throwing
Brought low
hard
and driven
choices
into
at
the
me.
mud.
Not quite ready to ditch food, but... Oh man, that's 2 sources of stress.
Frustration and fury, more destructive than 100 cannons.
Revenge! You threaten the hunt with your selfish attack. Yeah,
How quickly the tide turns.
if that was the last room battle, we'd walk away without a major stress thing. But with two mosquitoes, it's very unlikely that we were walking away with without 100 stress. Still, I got to show off for at least one battle.
Impressive.
Nice. Try and get a little healing in. It kind of depends on the order, I suppose. So that was just so I can get the bleed taken care of. So, unfortunate, like, I would prefer to do anything to kill the Sycophant, but I really want to get this bleed healed, so... Yeah, they're gonna heal up. Ow!
Unbalanced.
Physician, heal thyself.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Ambushed by foul invention.
Don't even have torches to... Actually, they've been tempting me with those for a while now. So we are in danger of being ambushed. Well,
A fortune waiting to be spent.
I was a bit lucky. Okay, now I'm willing to... We know we're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to kind of cure everyone of their stresses anyway, so if we wind up losing a few more people to high stress, so be it. Oof. I'm not that worried about by this group. I think the Man-at-Arms has the lowest resolve, so we can send them out on an adventure and then... It's a little disorganized, but we should be able to clean stuff up. That's right, he's defended. I should have paid attention. Just in case we need to do another room. Jesus.
Success so clearly in view.
Ah, this game.
Or is it merely a trick of the light?
I think we'll throw out the money, maybe? One portrait's not enough, though.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
You know what? I'll ditch the blood, though.
At last, wholesome marine life can flourish. If indeed there is such a thing.
Speaking of wholesome marine life, I did not have that last night. Alright, yeah, so Man-at-Arms needs a... Well, they also need a doctor, sadly.
Perhaps things are not as bad as they seem.
Alright, on that delightful note. So, fun fact. George Orwell's... Most of his works are in the public domain. An exception to that would be... stuff that was published after he died, and then if you are in the States, it's still... States and Spain have longer copyright lives, so if you're in the States or Spain, please turn off the stream for the next little bit. But for the rest of you who can enjoy this public domain work, this is George Orwell, A Nice Cup of Tea. If you look up tea in the first cookery book that comes to hand, you will probably find that it is unmentioned, or at most you will find a few lines of sketchy instructions which give no ruling on several of the most important points. This is curious, not only because tea is one of the mainstays of civilization in this country, as well as in Erie, Australia and New Zealand, but because the best manner of making it is the subject of violent disputes. When I look through my own recipe for the perfect cup of tea, I find no fewer than 11 outstanding points, or perhaps two of them, there would be pretty general agreement, but at least 4 others are acutely controversial. Here are my own 11 rules, every one of which I regard as golden. First of all, one should use Indian or Ceylonese tea. China tea has virtues which are not to be despised nowadays. It is economical, and one can drink it without milk, but there is not much stimulation in it. One does not feel wiser, braver, or more optimistic after drinking it. Anyone who has used the comforting phrase, a nice cup of tea, invariably means Indian tea. Secondly, the tea should be made in small quantities, that is, in a teapot. Tea out of an urn is always tasteless, while army tea made in a cauldron tastes of grease and whitewash. The teapot should be made of china or earthenware. Silver or Britannia-ware teapots produce inferior tea, and enamel pots are worse, though curiously enough, a pewter teapot, a rarity nowadays, is not so bad. Thirdly, the pot should be warmed beforehand. This is better done by placing it on the hob than by the usual method of swilling it out with hot water. Fourthly, the tea should be strong. For a pot holding a quart, if you are going to fill it nearly to the brim, 6 heaped teaspoons would be about right. In a time of rationing, this is not an idea that can be realized on every day of the week, but I maintain that 1 strong cup of tea is better than 20 weak ones. All true tea lovers not only like their tea strong, but like it a little stronger with each year that passes. a fact which is recognized in the extra ration issued to old age pensioners. Fifthly, the tea should be put straight into the pot. No strainers, muslin bags, or other devices to imprison the tea. In some countries, teapots are fitted with little dangling baskets under the spout to catch any stray leaves, which are supposed to be harmful. Actually, one can swallow tea leaves in considerable quantities without ill effect, and if the tea is not loose in the pot, it never infuses properly. Sixthly, one should take the teapot to the kettle and not the other way about. The water should be actually boiling at the moment of impact, which means that one should keep it on the flame while one pours. Some people add that one should only use water that has been freshly brought to the boil, but I have never noticed that it makes any difference. Seventhly, after making the tea, one should stir it, or better, give the pot a good shake, afterwards allowing the leaves to settle. Eighthly, one should drink out of a good breakfast cup, that is the cylindrical type of cup, and not the flat, shallow type. The breakfast cup holds more, and with the other kind, one's tea is always half cold before one has well started on it. Ninthly, one should pour the cream off the milk before using it for tea. Milk that is too creamy always gives tea a sickly taste. Tenthly, one should pour tea into the cup first. This is one of the most controversial points of all. Indeed, in every family in Britain, there are probably two schools of thought on the subject. The milk first school can bring forward some fairly strong arguments, but I maintain that my own argument is unanswerable. That is, that by putting the tea in first and stirring as one pours, one can exactly regulate the amount of milk, whereas one is liable to put in too much milk if one does it the other way around. Lastly, tea, unless one is drinking it in the Russian style, should be drunk without sugar. I know very well that I am in the minority here, but still, how can you call yourself a true tea lover if you destroy the flavor of your tea by putting sugar in it? It would be equally reasonable to put in pepper or salt. Tea is meant to be bitter, just as beer is meant to be bitter. If you sweeten it, you are no longer tasting the tea, you are merely tasting the sugar. You could make a very similar drink by dissolving sugar in plain hot water. Some people would answer that they don't like tea in itself, and that they only drink it in order to be warmed and stimulated, and they need sugar to take the taste away. To these misguided people, I would say, try drinking tea without sugar for, say, a fortnight, and it's very unlikely that you will ever want to ruin your tea by sweetening it again. These are not the only controversial points to arise in connection with tea drinking, but they are sufficient to show how subtilized the whole business has become. There is also the mysterious social etiquette surrounding the teapot. Why is it considered vulgar to drink out of your saucer, for instance? And much might be written about the subsidiary uses of tea leaves, such as telling fortunes, predicting the arrival of visitors, feeding rabbits, healing burns, and sweeping the carpet. It is worth paying attention to such details as warming the pot and using water that is really boiling, so as to make quite sure of wringing out one out of one's ration the 20 good strong cups that 2 ounces properly handled ought to represent. This was in the Evening Standard, January 12th, 1946. It's why I mentioned the essay. I know I'm a couple days off, but I don't know. I was under the impression that I only had 2 hours for streaming on Wednesday. So, but yeah. So my apologies to not responding to chat. By the way, if you're an American and you had the stream off, you can start watching again. But yeah, so Camerooni likes the bonus lead poisoning from the pot. And yes, Despair Embodied. This is an essay by Eric Blair, better known as George Orwell, who wrote some very good essays. Politics in the English Language is a very good one. In high school, you might have done Shooting an Elephant. He is a really impressive figure. He was a socialist who fought on the side of Republican Spain in the Spanish Civil War, but was not so blinded to the cause that he did not realize the tremendous danger that Stalin and the Soviet Union presented. And so he also wrote 2 excellent satires, Animal Farm and 1984. Again, one of these you may have done in school, or possibly both. And but yeah, in addition to writing a couple of very famous and popular works. There's other works that he's made. So, there's Burmese Days, there's Down and Out in Paris and London. Certainly, he's not limited to his fiction works. But he's done some excellent articles and news items, and about 65 years ago or so, 66, he wrote an essay about tea. You disagree with hot sugar water being equivalent? Yeah, there's some people who actually really disagree with some of his points in that essay, but it's a fun one. It's also a short essay, but I'm surprised. Yeah, I will admit I'm actually genuinely surprised by the number of people who I've run into. I'm not going to name the names because I don't know. It feels kind of uncharitable to mention people who've not seen or read something. But yeah, I'm a little surprised at the number of people who have not read either Animal Farm or 1984. There's a couple people I know who've not even heard of them, because I always kind of took those as something that everyone was at least broadly familiar with. That's good. That gives me something to. There's actually a couple games that are related to this that I can play. You saw a horrifying TikTok of an American showing us how to properly make tea by using a microwave as it was intended. Ah! Yeah, Orwell, writing in 1946, was encouraging you all to microwave the... Really? Yeah, I don't know. So Orwell did operate. So shooting an elephant is from when he was sort of a colonial police officer. So, obviously Australia is former member of the British Empire. So I kind of see him as still being relevant. But yeah, I mean, if you only read horror, it's really hard to say. I mean, 1984 is an extremely unpleasant society, but I would suggest that it's not horror in like a Stephen King kind of sense. But we've just gone to less classic. Well, it depends, right? Like another good example of this is like when I was in high school or middle school, actually, we did. I don't know if you can say Stephen King. I mean, I'll admit I've not read a lot of his stuff, but I feel like he's put out enough stuff that there's bound to be at least one or two that people like. I liked his book on writing. He's got a really good book on writing, but anyways, yeah. So I kind of took it for granted that A Modest Proposal was something that everybody was familiar with, but that was another. Yeah, I'm not saying that more is better. I'm just saying that he's written enough that there's probably at least something that would appeal. Like The Gunslinger is obviously very different from, The Stand or, Cujo or Thinner. But again, it's to each their own. Yeah, anyways, I always kind of wonder what determines the. Actually, you know what? This would be an interesting. So I'm gonna jump on to more Darkest Dungeon, but I'd be really curious for those of you in chat who'd like to participate. What are some of the works that you wound up doing in your schooling for English? And there's a few like that's definitely an open subject. So like in my school, I did English literature, and honors English, and obviously that can range from like middle school to to high school. So that's going to include everything from like Jonathan Swift and why can I not remember the author of The Stone Angel? We also did one called Regeneration, which I think might have been a Canadian book. Fifth Business, Robertson Davies is Canadian, so that probably won't travel as well for the other groups. But then in terms of like literature, you know, we did John Donne. I actually really like John Donne. I also really like John Keats. Did a little William Blake. I kind of feel like everybody has to do a bit of Blake, but lots of Shakespeare. But that's kind of, I think that's probably one of the more, that's one of the ones you can take for granted. But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of curious what people wound up doing in English. Okay, so you did Sylvia Plath. I actually never wound up doing Sylvia Plath in English. Spare and Body can't remember. Dickens. Oh yeah, we did. So we didn't do Hard Times, but we did do A Tale of Two Cities, which I quite like. I really like the ending. So wasn't ever horror books, so your interest was barely there. Yeah, I mean literature counts. It's weird. So there's a wonderful anthology that we use. It's not the Norton, but I know we did a little bit of the King James Bible. We did Donne and Keats. I really like John Donne. The Flea was really fun. I suspect that's probably also very much a function of my age. Oh man, this poem's about sex. This is awesome. But yeah, I don't know. Like even the you know, some of his later works were really good. And actually, I have a very dear friend in Vancouver, Christine, who really loved the poem of Valediction Forbidding Morning. And I like when I met her, I did not realize that we would become such good friends and like long-term friends. But probably the John Donne connection should have revealed it. But stuff you had to do in the early years that still grates on you is the one with Ponyboy. Huh. I don't remember. Oh yeah. No, The Outsiders. Yes. I think Francis Ford Coppola did a movie. I think Leonardo DiCaprio was actually in The Outsiders, if I recall correctly. I don't remember the movie at all. I remember the book a bit, but all right. Torchlight's more beneficial doesn't strike me as like the most important. But Training Ring is. So Arbalest, Houndmaster, Man-at-Arms, and Shieldbreaker get bonus accuracy and HP. Sounds good to me. I'm just trying to get an idea about what I want to be using my remaining relics for. So we want to go up to 110 deeds for, or like, I don't want to completely ignore this building, just the alternative was so much better. And again, Performance Hall, not a problem, but I don't use Finale that much, so it's not as critical. The Sanguine Vintners, I'm going to try and avoid building because the Granary is a more useful long-term entry. I don't think I have anything to do. Yeah, so as far as the paintings are concerned, it's really just to build the bank. You know, I've only ever seen the movie. I've never actually read the play. Okay, So one tough problem I run into is based on, so it says plus 200%, but 200%, like I don't know how I can translate that into an actual stress reduction. So I'm going to take the chance and just leave everybody out in the open. So the question that I have now is, do I want to take this group out for like a level 1 outing, or do I want to take some level 6s and pursue some other goals? So one of the things...
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
Well, The Simpsons is referencing a Streetcar Named Desire, which is played by Tennessee Will. This is Tennessee Williams, right? Oh God, am I getting this wrong? Oh, good. Okay. Oh, you got it. Cameron, yeah. Sorry, every once in a while I have this moment of doubt and I'm like, oh crap, did I just embarrass myself? But you know what? I have a 100% streak on Wordle. So that's got to count for something, right? Your app crashed, so you missed whatever was going on. Okay, no, so, yeah, it is a Simpsons reference in the sense that The Simpsons has an episode where they are doing a production of A Streetcar Named Desire, which is a play by Tennessee Williams, which is what Camerooni was referring to. But it is not A Streetcar Named Desire is not a construction of The Simpsons. There is in fact an underlying play. My preference is the Simpsons production of Planet of the Apes. Soundtrack by Falco. All right. So, yeah. So I got basically, to my mind, there's 3 or 4 options. So we can go to the Weald or the Cove with my level 1 people and level them up. I can go to the Courtyard with some level 6s to either get more invitations or use the invitation that we have. Or we can bring some level 6s to the Endless Harvest. The reason why I might want to do that is I've just been looking at the things that I still need to complete. So Brigand 16 Power, Drowned Pounder, Ground Crew, those are options right now. Formless Flesh, which we don't have access to yet. So those are the 3 of the base game. We still have to take out the Countess. So I don't know about the Sleeper. I've never encountered that before. And then the final stage of the campaign, I'm assuming, is after we complete the Darkest Dungeon. Obviously, we're not going to do that until the very end. But you never saw The Shining. Apparently, there's 2 versions of The Shining now. So the apparently there's a made-for-TV movie which is more true to the book. But obviously, I'm a huge Kubrick fan, so. You know, I'm definitely fond of the Jack Nicholson film. Oh, actually, okay. So sorry. There's a few more options. So the least appealing to me is to take a group of level 1s and bring them up. Again, there's just not a whole lot I can do with these guys right now. Another option would be to take some of these level 3s. I guess the one drawback is that I would need to drag along a level 1, which might wind up dying. But we could bring these folks up to level 4. The challenge here is that if it's level 4, like, what am I going to do? Well, actually, I guess the one thing I could do if it's level 4... Okay. Yeah, I was actually thinking of trying out the farmstead, but you know what? We're going to go to the Cove. I'm really reluctant to have this, because this is long, but... Bring along Larzider. And if I'm going to be bringing some, like, obviously Flagellants really like getting beat up, so, God, this is going to be, yeah, they're really mad that I'm doing this. He's got the shit in. This is such a bad idea, but I'm going for it. Okay, definitely good death blow resist. Yeah, this is already equipped. Okay, cool. Let's try not to die too much. You know what, we'll do a full 12 here. I'm gonna try and let the firewood cover us for torches. Nope, I'm bringing the one. So the flagellant is
Smell
the
of rotting fish is almost unbearable.
the flagellant is okay, like getting beat up a bit. So if it's gonna work for anyone, it's gonna work with this guy. I mean, if I lose him, it's not that big of a deal, right? Ah, wrong one.
Surges as the enemy
I meant to hit the front row. So I'm going to do Festering Vapors on the back row because we don't have a lot of people who are good at hitting the back.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Ah!
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
So again, we just need to explore 90% of the rooms. We don't need to do the fights, but we don't know what rooms will have fights. So we'll. Sacre bleu. Again, high protection, so blight him out. Man, they really want to protect this plated maggot.
Confusion, nerves, and panic.
If I get a chance to heal, I'll try and take it on the Hellion, but we need to clear out a few more of the bad guys first.
Obliterated.
So apparently they really hate the Plague Doctor, but they can't actually deliver the finale. Okay, so this thing's protected. This will die to plague. This will die to bleed. So this is the time to heal up some allies. We'll also use Adrenaline Rush. Maybe we don't have to now.
Death by inches. The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving. Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
So, definitely going to be high risk, high reward with the Flagellant in the party, but I'm really curious to see how this is going to turn out. I avoided that for a reason! Let's just spread as much misery as we can. Oh, that's right, they're pretty good against Blight.
Annihilated.
Madness.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Hold on, Tyr. Alright, good.
Slowly. Gently. This is how.
So other than
life
the
is
stress, this is okay. Ugh.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Okay, we definitely want to take the invitation. This will hurt the stress, but we can survive this. So like the stress sucks, but he's gonna go over the edge no matter what. So I might as well just accept it and get our edge on the.
The mind cannot hope to withstand such an assault.
On the bulwark. It's miserable. Okay, well, clearly, Festering Vapors is the order of the day. Oh, Jesus. I wanted to bleed out one of the enemies, but So this thing's gonna die to plague. Noxious Blast on the front row. No point in doing it to the Enchantress because she's going to be protected until this guy drops. So in this case, we'll just heal who we can. I hate you.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
That's a lot of
These
stuff.
nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Okay, I got some decisions to make. The blood might actually be something I'm willing to leave behind because it's not really relevant to me right now, and I have a lot in reserve. I can't ditch the torches. Okay, well, first things first, we can definitely take the sapphire. I guess I've already got a swift cloak, so I'll take one of those. And I don't see any sense in replacing for the onyx. So before we open that thing, let's make camp. Well, does it make sense to make camp?
Huddled together, furtive and vulnerable. Rats in a maze.
I think they're still going to stay rapturous, but... So again, if we get ambushed, I'll be mad, but this is good for debuffs, and it's... Ah! And at the very least, we've got a little extra spot,
The match is
space
struck.
in my pack.
A blazing star is born.
Yeah, well, screw you, game. God damn it. Weaklings, wear your wounds with honor! Alright. This is gonna suck.
Impressive. Destroyed.
Okay, we're doing okay. I'm wondering if his stress is going up so much more because he's severely underleveled.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
That's cool that they do that. Okay. Man, a large 90% of rooms is a... Ooh, this is gonna be a... This is a spicy meatball. Again, just pile up the ticking damage, get through the protection, and pray. I can live with the title slam.
The blood quickens.
Gozwald, thank you very much for the bits. How you doing? Just 8 damage for 3 rounds, no biggie. So this is not quite where I want to be. Doesn't matter, this guy's gonna fall no matter what, so Festering Vapors on our comrade over here.
Surgical precision.
Yeah, I'm very happy it's Friday. I have a bunch of stuff that I need to do on the weekend, but it's stuff I want to do, so it makes it a little more tolerable. Right. I mean, other than the fact that
Be wary.
this is kind of slow progress,
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
this is not catastrophically bad yet. I'm a little tempted to drop the gold, but I don't know. Feels wrong. I think I'll have to... As much as I want the busts, I think I'm going to have to show some moderation.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
Okay, we know we got a fight coming up. I'm reluctant to try and use the firewood until... If we can, let's try and get... like if we consider there to be like 2 zones, so there's like this first zone and then this second zone. If I can, I'd like to use the firewood in the second zone, but
A fortune waiting to be spent.
you never know how it's going to turn out. Manageable. The stress may be a problem. Alright. I still think the Noxious Blast is the right call on
Powerful blow.
the Bulwark. It's the sorcerers who I really want to take out, but I don't have a good position 3 attack yet. I have Adrenaline Rush to cure the bleed if the Hellion gets hit, but it's like obviously the Hellion's not the only one who can get hit by a bleed attack, so... And given the fact that I'm using the Plague Doctor for a, like I'm using the Plague Doctor for blight on the enemies, that's 2 dodges. I don't know, it...
Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration.
So yeah, speaking of bleeds, I would rather not have to have dealt with. Now, my fortifying vapors doesn't cure. Yeah, so festering vapors is. I would have liked to have healed the bleed, but I really need to kill some. I need to get some position 3 damage, and I don't have a lot of opportunities for it, so. Actually, it would have been better to let the. Okay, there we go. I was going to say it would have been better to let the blight take out the corpse, but it was already eliminated. Nice. I have not seen Don't Look Up. There was a lot of... it felt there was a lot of commentary on that, largely negative, and I don't know why. But is it something you would recommend? It's huge? I'm debating as to whether or not I want to do the... I don't want to do Breakthrough yet because I don't... I think the debuff will apply for future battles.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
I would kind of like to take the satchel, but the question is, what do I give up for it? So now camping is looking attractive just to just to get the stress down so my flagellant doesn't have a heart attack. Damn it, Lyra Zyder!
Another mariner, another misfortune.
I took a chance. Ah, god damn it. Well, they're already debuffed for not being in position 1, so... Oof. I think that heart attack's coming no matter what.
Precision and power.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
If they get knocked back, I am... Oh, this game! Actually, you know what? It's better than doing stress on my people, so... they're still toast, so we need to... Oh, right, but we're in the wrong position. Okay. Let it rain.
A victory. Perhaps the turning point.
Does it make you mad that I'm capable of enjoying this game? Even if this game wants to hate me? I mean, as far as being rigged is concerned, this game could have been a lot meaner and taken out the flagellant.
So too will resistance.
Okay, well, I'm definitely gonna have to pop the firewood a little earlier than expected, but that could have gone considerably worse.
It's a goal without hope.
So, lash. Instead of Lash's Kiss, I think this time we'll do a pep talk. And I think the rest of us... Yeah, sure. Curious Incantation. Anyways, how you doing tonight, Uncle Craigie? So if we get ambushed, I mean, it's entirely possible, and that'll suck, but...
As
Hey!
the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Let's see if we can... Get in line. Try as you might, Uncle Cranky, you are not going to convince me this is not a fun game. So, yeah, the wines might be a problem, but... And again, if they wind up with a heart attack, it still does give me access to their healing abilities, so... I don't know. I'll be worried, but not, Oh, and they give you the debuff. Good God. Okay. We might wind up losing the flagellant then.
Decimated.
Like, I don't want to completely organize the party around protecting the flagellant. But yeah, there's a couple things that can turn against my interest. I'm just gonna do adrenaline rush. Any healing I can get before the lead takes it out is small bonus.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
The rare antique is good, but cash doesn't really get me. You know, the one thing I will do, I'll take a risk. I'll bring the rare antique because it's only a 500 gold difference, and if I can find one of these things, it's this basically equivalent to bringing a full stack. So like it's a fairly remote chance, but it's still a good one. Also, I need to get into the habit of getting the position 3. I'll get the I need to remember to keep clicking the antiquarian because you do get extra stuff when you open items with them. The lack of torches in a little bit is going to be a big problem for the flagellant. I'm not quite ready to ditch the shovels yet. Okay, that's going to be a problem. Nice.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
So yeah, I mean, flagellant survival chances are a dicey proposition. Then again, they're level 1, so all we've really lost is the money we put into their skills. The other thing to remember is that we have given them a number of items for death blow resist. So, as a whole, like we're about as prepared as we can be for this guy taking on unfair fights. But my lack of torches, or alternatively my premature campsites, are probably going to make life more difficult than it needs to be. Okay, again, leaving the egg. Ouch.
No force of will can overcome a failing body.
We have too many of those. We're gonna have to ditch the run.
Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows, but yonder, a glint of gold.
So, we gotta prep for heart attack. Yeah, here we go. But,
On the brink,
again,
facing the abyss.
this is the character you want to have that happen to. So fortifying vapors isn't going to do a whole lot to somebody who's already got their debuff on, but, like, can I make the cultist gladiator more dead? Not really. Ah! Okay, well, we've evened things out.
Success
I've never
is
seen this
clearly
before.
in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
So yeah, whether or not I can pull that off a few times with the flagellant remains to be seen. I'm pretty sure this guy's dead, but forgot to do that with the antiquarian. As you can see, Uncle Cranky has been hurt by Darkest Dungeon before, and he's jealous of people who can enjoy the game. What you just need is you need to be someone of strong will to be able to impose it on the game, as you will see demonstrated shortly. You know what? If I'm gonna be starving anyway...
Gnawing hunger sets in.
we gotta take a fight just so this guy can heal himself. If he has a heart attack before we get into a fight... Well, I wanted a fight, I got it.
A devastating blow.
He'll still be able to use his abilities, so... Exsanguinate! Oh, God! This is now public enemy number 1, because we need to kill this Oracle.
The ground quakes. As life ebbs,
Oh, that bleed's gonna suck.
emptiness reveals.
No! I forgot. I don't think you get a death's door if it's a heart attack and a 0. That sucks. We were doing so good at keeping them alive. So I'm gonna have to make room in the pack now for his gear, because that was some pretty good gear we had on
Singular
him.
strike.
Well, it's the... Yeah, I think as far as I can tell, it's the only time you don't get a Death's Door
This expedition
roll.
at least promises
So-
success.
It does feel like a little bit of a kick to the nuts, but I don't know. Like, I'll take my lumps. The thing is that we went in knowing that this was a pretty high-risk mission for that flagellant, and I was willing to take on that risk in order to... just basically in order to try and get some extra levels. So all I need to do is get another level 1 flagellant, and all I've lost is the gold. What does kind of suck here is I need to try and find a... I gotta pick what I want to throw away. So, like, is it 2,500 gold? Is it the bust? Like, I want to keep the Knight's Crest. As much as it pains me, the crests are probably the least useful to me right now. And like an idiot, I forgot.
Treasure could staunch the flow
I forgot to get the antiquarian to do it.
otherworldly corruption.
Oh really? What do you... Tell us what you know about probability, Uncle Cranky.
The darkness holds much worse than mere trickery and boogeymen.
That sucks. I was gonna rely on the Iron Swan. Well, I guess I get the Iron Swan now, but... Nope! This might be a problem. I'm gonna blight the maggots. But these two, as long as the stingers are running free, they can kind of lock the party up. It's called seeded RNG, and it's very common inside of games. Did you know XCOM does that? Did you know Civilization does that?
No hope at all.
Everybody's falling apart. I'm pretty sure we can still get to 90% of the rooms, though. See, the thing that I love is that you say that you were doing an experiment, but the only way you could have done that experiment was if you lost a character and you crashed the game to try and reload them, which meant you tried to cheat. So... I'm sorry the game's too difficult for you. I realize it's not for everyone. I'd recommend avoiding games like Dark Souls and Bloodborne too, but The Sims is still great. And, might probably like a few of those Battlefield games.
Back to the
Halo?
pit.
Halo's really good because Halo, you have like this regenerating armor at the start, and then you like get to your real health. So that definitely seems to be more your speed. Yeah, but what I really love is that there's absolutely... The game is really clear about the fact that there's no reloading and stuff like that. Like, what your complaint about this game is that it gave you exactly what it advertised itself as. Which is why I find it really, really funny that you've taken the game so personally over that specific fact. I mean, obviously... if a game's not for someone, a game's not for someone. But what I find really amusing about your complaints about Darkest Dungeon is the fact that Darkest Dungeon is exactly the game that it's advertised to be.
Grievous injury. Palpable fear.
Alright, Hellion might get a heart attack, which is something that... Like, I'm not willing to lose the Hellion on this.
Frustration and fury. More destructive than 100 cannons.
I don't hear that line nearly enough, but I'm glad we've got that twice today. So as always, Noxious Blast on the Bulwark. We need to find a way of killing the Frothing Madman, but we've really lost our...
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism.
Okay, Nervous Stab to the Madman. That's not nearly enough damage. I gotta clear the bleed on the Hellion, but they're a major damage dealer for us. You know what? We're going for it. This is not the right call, because it's just prolonging... It's prolonging the pain. know, difficult games aren't for everyone.
A hand's breadth from becoming
We gotta run. Like, there might be a way out. I just don't think there's a way out without losing a character. What?
We will find all.
That's
manner of
amazing that counts as exploring the room. Just we just take a quick peek inside. Oh my god, this is a really hard fight. Slam the door shut. Go back to the hamlet and call it a day. Oh, that actually makes the loss of the flagellant an even bigger kick in the nuts, because that was like the second to last combat encounter. Oh god, this game. Oh, we didn't even get level 4 out of this?
A finely crafted instrument of butchery and bloodshed. Yours for the taking.
In the end, the hours of rooting through the old barrels and forgotten weapon racks bore fruit. All right. So before, well, yeah, we'll give them what they need. We can cure diseases later. Alright, so clearly we're not ready to... Well, first of all, we don't have enough level 5s. Second of all, we need to clear some else. So it's very important that the Crimson Curse be given a separate location. Any flagellants? Yes. So yeah, this is basic. I mean, other than the fact that we spent a little money on their upgrades, there's absolutely nothing lost here. Also, we can kick out Linesi
Another soul
in exchange for a better bounty
like
hunter.
a spent torch.
The Blood on the Vestal's picture. So this comes from the Crimson Court DLC. The Vestal as well as the Shield, Mr. Shieldbreaker, and then I thought I had... Didn't I put someone in the tavern? The Marksman as well. So each of these are people who have the Crimson Curse. So if you have the Crimson Court DLC, there is an extra location called the Courtyard. The Courtyard has a bunch of vampires, basically. So over time, the infestation will go up. You will encounter vampire enemies in the different dungeons that you go into, and sometimes they can inflict the Crimson Curse on you, which will mean that you need to give blood to a character or they will expire. So slowly over time, all your characters wind up getting the Crimson Curse, or they wind up dying. In this case here, it's just a marker that they're affected by it. So I gotta think. So the original plan again was to try and bring Rathgaber up to level 5. I mean, I could send him on a... Okay, you know what? No, hang on. Okay, so... I'm probably not going to bring all of these people after the drowned crew anyway. I do want to bring Liborg, though. Actually, maybe Liborg would be better against the 16-pounder. Yes. Okay, Okay, you know what? We're gonna go to the courtyard. Coswalt, I want to hang on to. Actually, Camerooni's a jester as well, right? It's an unconventional healing lineup, but not impossible. Okay, so on a odd chance that I've not put the investment in, I cannot believe I did not have a fully upgraded level 6. Alright, let's just take a quick look here and see if there's any diseases I can cure. Probably not. I might be bringing Erasmus on a quest, so I think 3 pips is my threshold for that sort of thing. Okay, and I'm pretty sure I gotta remember what my orders were. So 110 on the deeds. Oh yeah, well, I definitely wanted to build the granary. We're doing well for blood, and again, I don't know, something about the Sanguine Vitineers that feels like a little bit of a waste. Yeah, so the other thing that I kind of know is this journey's probably not going to result in a success, which means I need to prepare for these folks being out of commission, but I don't think I'm going to use any of them on my next couple of runs. So none of them have the Crimson Curse yet. They're probably going to get it. The question is, do I want to use up pack space to bring the blood, or do I want to take my chances? So first thing I'm going to do is bring a bunch of food. I'm also going to bring a bunch of shovels. I'm just trying to think of how realistic... Oh yeah, torches to... Okay, so I can't bring as many torches as last time because I wound up wasted. But that's going to be something that can potentially give us some sustain for the stress. So there's a couple of ways where I think I might be a little under... thank you for that follow, by the way. Sorry, I'm in my own head here as far as the... You know what? Sorry, I'm going to bring 4 blood just in case. So, I mean, if we can make it to the Countess, great. And chat has informed me that these are not randomly generated dungeons like the other ones. So, if I wanted, I could presumably find my way. Now, the drawback here is that this is not the right gate. So, we gotta go back. This is kind of mean of the game, by the way. Like, I really don't feel like I should be getting minus stress at the very beginning. So if I wanted, I could burn this for to cure some stress, but that's way too early to be doing something like that. Hero scars, sweet. All right. So yeah, Emerson, if you...
How quickly the tide turned.
It's possible that what you've seen... Oh, this is a perfect time to explain it. So, if you are unfamiliar with that symbol on the character, this is the Crimson Court. This is the DLC that's based off of. So, first of all, I love the idea of vampire mosquitoes, and I'm sure Chris Barassa is an incredibly nice person in real life, but man, he has got some incredibly disturbing visions that he's brought to life in this game. So what you just saw there was the Sycophant used an ability called the Thirst, and there is a chance that it will... there's a chance that it will infect your character. So this character has gone from not having the Crimson Curse to having the Crimson Curse, which means that every once in a while they're now going to need blood. Now, it can sometimes give some buffs, it can sometimes give some detriments. It's neutral. It's basically just another thing to deal with in this game. But one of the reasons why I want to take out the Countess is because I want to try and get rid of the Crimson Curse on my people. Oh god, we're off to a bad start. Alright, let's take pick to the face on the manservant. Oof! That's gotta be enough to kill him next turn.
Exposed to a killing blow.
The abyss returns even the boldest gaze.
Man, I really like that highwayman.
A death by inches.
God damn it. She's gonna inflict stress. Well, I guess so will the Sycophant. Please work.
The wounds of war can be healed,
Oof.
but never hidden.
This is not working out for us. Alright, so one of the things I can do to try and give myself a bit of an advantage is go on the offensive a bit more. Has this person... I don't think they've hit a single attack yet. Okay, that's more like it.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offense.
Yeah, I mean, doing all this healing's cool and all, but healing is playing not to lose, and if you play not to lose, you get crushed in this game. He is so dead.
Blurred vision. The end approaches.
The one character I want to get beaten up is Red Hulk, and he's the one person who isn't taking damage. Well, that's a bit of good news.
is the weapon that cuts on its own. Press the
No! I need to heal!
water. Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end. Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss.
This is gonna be a short run.
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
Oh my god. The best display I've seen, possibly the worst. All right. Spread the love.
And now the true test. Hold fast or expire.
God
No
damn
place
it!
for the weak or foolhardy.
I was gonna run.
True desperation is known.
Oh, this is so bad. That's 2 level 6 characters I just lost.
Raised, reeling, about to break. A wise general cuts losses and regroups.
Wow.
You cannot learn a thing you think you know.
That was a disaster. Yeah, no, there's nothing good that happened there. So, Pax Cecilia Pones, apologies. Your character is no longer with us. All right, that's definitely. I mean, it's been a while since we've had a.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
It has definitely been a while since we've had a like. There's no redeeming qualities of these. Excuse me, of this run. So. It's grave. Highwayman and a grave robber that we're looking to place. Although we can kick out Ozma. Well, we'll bring them on.
Mighty sword arm anchored
So I get
by
to
holy
kick out
purpose.
Ozmount when the time
A
comes.
zealous warrior.
We'll leave the rest there. Yeah, I definitely don't want to suggest that that is representative of the Crimson Court. That was definitely a really tough run for us. But it is what it is. Sometimes it's fun to be reminded that you're not God's gift to the Darkest Dungeon. We do, however, need to... Actually, the one thing that is kind of nice about it is the people who had the Crimson Curse were lost. So, I mean, obviously that's not really something like... That's really just trying to put a brave face on a pretty disastrous run. But I suppose I don't have anybody else with the Crimson Curse. I do, however, have a bunch of level 5, so I do want to try and take on... we can take on the Callous Shrieker if I'm so inclined. We did lose some trinkets, but no, you know what? I've been wanting to try and take on the 16-pounder, so I don't remember this fight too well. But this is one reason why I wanted to have Liborg around, because we need to be able to hit that back row. Likewise, we're going to have Ascuhil for the Iron Swan. Now, I'm debating as to whether or not we want to bring Erasmus, because it's sort of hard to say what they bring to the table. With all due respect. What should I have done different? Bring a different comp? You know, to be honest, I'm trying to think what went wrong there. I definitely feel like on a couple of those runs, I just had, like, dodge after dodge after dodge. I'm not entirely sure I feel like I've done that courtyard with a similar composition before and not had it sort of fall apart like that. So I'm not sure. I mean, maybe a different composition would have worked. Clearly I was relying on the Flagellant being a better healer than they wound up being. Like, they didn't take any damage at all, which is, you know... so one thing I might have done would be to try and bring things that will, you know, inspire more attacks on a character like that, but it is, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, false confidence buildup. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? I'm tempted to bring El Dolby, actually. I feel like the Hound would be pretty helpful. I'm reluctant to bring... So, like, a healer's not a bad idea, but... You know what would have been helpful? A Grave Robber. Actually, Moncassini is... see, the problem with this is that it's not really bringing a lot of... It's bringing 2 5s, not... You know what? Nah, we'll bring Erasmus for the Cove fight. I'd feel a little bit better if I remembered this fight better, but... That's why we have retreats. Running out of money. Thank you very much for the bits. Yeah, no, I'm never looking at a wiki for this. Yeah, appreciate that, Despair Embodied. I mean, again, like, clearly, I was laughing a lot while I was getting my ass kicked in the Crimson Court, so I'm definitely not somebody who believes that you can only have fun in this game when you're winning. So, let's see how well we handle it. I remember the first time I wound up going against one of these things, the results were pretty disastrous. I'll bring 3. Oh, I'll bring 3 just as a precaution.
Eager to end the tiresome domestic distraction, I instructed my newly formed militia of hardened bandits, brigands, and killers to go forth and do their work. Compliance and order were restored, and the noisome population of the hamlet was culled to more manageable numbers. The smell of sulfur and gunpowder hangs in the air. The war machine is close.
By the way, that's the classiest way that I've heard a guy say, we had a population problem and we solved it with a cannon. Nah, see, the thing is, as nice as Duelist Advance is, it doesn't help me when I want the Hellion in position 1. So, like, the reason why I did this composition is that everyone has a chance of killing killing the person about to fire the cannon. It's why I didn't feel great bringing a couple of level 6s, but it was something important. Now, our heal leaves something to be desired, but again, I really don't like the idea of constant... By the way, it would be hilarious if the boss was here. Yeah, we're gonna run straight forward. So we'll see how it goes. Again, I remember the first time I encountered the cannon. Oh man, I don't think I've run into... Maybe I have. Either way, that scares the hell out of me. But this one,
A powerful blow.
the one thing I know I'm ignoring is the fungal crawler, but okay. Game's making up for the shellacking I took last time. Nice.
Death by inches.
So I think that also eliminates the threat from the fungal claw. So we'll get rid of Mr. Stress Dealer here. They can still do damage, but it's less likely when it's groping swipes. Musketeer is now on health duty. How bad is it? Ooh, 4 rounds? Yeah, we're cleaning that up. Surely they'll bleed out next round. Yeah. So as always, the ideal is if we can find the room before the boss. Oof.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
If we can find the room before the boss, then we use our campfire.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
So, room battle coming up, and then we'll see where we stand. So we might get some bleed here, but this is manageable. Hopefully oh, doesn't matter. I was gonna say, hopefully the dog can mop them up, but...
Unnerved, unbalanced.
So I think I'm gonna put the marksman on medic duty. Oh, we're 1 short.
Ringing ears.
Yikes!
Blurred vision. The end approaches.
Oh god!
A dizzying blow to body and brain.
If one of these guys winds up on death's door, that's a big drawback to our ability to do the fight. Okay, because I can't attack the Brigand Hunter here, I'm going to do Adrenaline Rush for a quick heal.
The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
And I don't really have any stun, so what we're going to do here is I'm just going to alternate. The Marksman's going to... or Musketeer, sorry. Especially because it's not a man. Musketeer's going to heal sort of the lowest health character, and the sort of the remaining party members are going to damage where they can. That was pretty rough.
gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
So I'm definitely reluctant to use the firewood too early. Ideally, we will have a better idea about what we're up against and when. I don't even mind doing a retreat from the 16-pounder.
A fortune
Okay.
waiting to be spent.
That's actually fairly good news. I'm gonna trade it for the citrine for now, but given that there's a surplus here, I can actually use this for... Actually, no, you know what? I don't need to trade it for the citrine. We'll eat it for the health. I was terrified for a second that I didn't have
Spreading
shovels.
corruption, malformed with misintent.
And again, we're not gonna open that because there's nothing waiting for us but infection. Oh, hell. Man. We gotta kill this thing because it multiplies, but it's also gonna just be a complete pain. Like, because it's resistant to everything and it has protection, so there's really no great strategy for this thing except just a whole lot of hits to the face. I think, anyway.
A decisive
Nice.
pummeling. Death waits for the slightest lapse in
Ennui.
concentration.
Jesus. Are we gonna make it to the cannon? Still healing. I'm really not sure if this is an overall decision, but there we go.
Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue. Exposed to a killing blow.
God, that is a lot of blight on this character. I probably should start putting some heals on them, because that's... yeah. That's gonna be a few death's doors while we're out walking around. Oh, it's endless! Jesus! This is the guy who's marked! Stop! This is my... I want to keep my musketeer, please!
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Ah, God.
A momentary abatement. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. A trifling victory.
Yeah, this has already run away from
but a
me.
victory nonetheless.
Okay, let's ditch the shoes, and I'll take the gold over the citrine. So the major temptation, of course, is to use the firewood now, but, like, I guess the question is, like, what promise do I have that I'm not going to run into something more terrifying? Then again, that's a lot of death doors that I'm about to... Ugh. I gotta do it. There's just too much blight.
Huddled together, furtive and vulnerable. Rats in a maze. Darkness closes in, haunting the hearts of men.
Oh god, this could not be a worse position too. Alright. We might have to abandon the quest.
Weaken. Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
I'm gonna use this opportunity to try and get some healing in. Again, this might be... I might be signing myself up for some disappointment, but...
Grievous injury. Palpable fear. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
So that blanket fire is still gonna be a problem. It's a fairly respectable amount of damage per turn.
The promise of safety.
Not my favorite moment. Let's see how far we can take it.
The twisted
Go to hell.
veiled high and cloaked in malice.
Oh my god, what is this run? Ah. And they've got a Vestal in there. So as much as I want to heal people, ending this fight as soon as possible is the name of the game. Well, he's not bleeding, so that's something. There's no way we're making it to the cannon.
Well struck.
So the rest of this we gotta heal where we can, but I don't see this working. God damn.
A hand's breadth from becoming unwound. A predator is often blind to its own peril. This expedition at least promises success.
Yeah, so, okay, so here's what under normal circumstances, here's what I would have done. I would have said, we came here to do a very specific job. You know what? Okay, I'm gonna try something here.
And now, the true test. Hold fast, or expire.
Take the deeds.
Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss.
Okay. See, the thing is, we're close to abandoning this quest anyway, right? So let's see how far we can take it. And one of the things that we can do is we can deliberately avoid fights in hopes of maybe finding a better alternative. So there's a few...
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
There's a few things that I'm trying to accomplish here. Number one, I'm trying to get an idea of where the boss fight is.
The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
It's probably really reckless to even try the boss fight with a party like this, but I'll decide that at the time. Because we know there's at least an empty room here, this gives me an opportunity to get some, like, just get some goodies. And I mean, we can always try it again, right? Same party, hopefully we just have an easier time. But at least here, like, let's try and walk away with as much as we can. Alright, well, we came here to do a job.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
A lot of this is going to hinge on what we find in this battle. Okay, so that's a shame because I've lost some of my health regen. Oh, piece of cake. So the only drawback here is that we didn't have a chance to heal up. Okay, so not ideal. This could be a remarkably stupid choice that I'm making,
Star is born.
but we're doing it.
A marvel of technology.
Oh, it's position 3.
Destruction.
Okay. Good.
A devastating blow.
So obviously the priority is the 16-pounder, but I should have given it a dog treat. Okay, that's on me for not double checking the damage I was doing. So I can't do the pistol shot. In this case, it makes sense to move back 1.
A singular strike.
Okay, so this gives us a chance to heal up a little bit. Phil's right up there. We're probably gonna have to run.
Masterfully executed.
Like we can do the damage, and I can sort of turn this into an attrition fight. Like in the grand scheme of things, but the thing is that so much of my strategy relies on using the Musketeer, who's also a healer.
Dazed. Reeling.
Yeah, I should have run earlier. Okay. Ouch. That could cost me my Hellion.
The sin is not in being outmatched, but in failing to recognize it.
Okay, so
You cannot learn a thing you think you know.
I'm not completely opposed to bringing that crew back, but I think I could use slightly better healing. So we're going to be, that team's going to be
There is a
out
great
for
horror beneath the
2
man.
rounds.
A crawling chaos that must be destroyed.
Because Walt's given me a lot of sympathy, bits today. Thank you. Okay. So I did want to bring Rathgaber up to something. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is like I always like walking away with like, yeah, I beat that, I kicked its ass, kind of an attitude, like making excuses for what happened. Always kind of makes me feel a little. So I forgot the. It was a flagellant and a grave robber and a highwayman. Neither of which we have in the group, but we do have a better bounty hunter.
Slumped shoulders, wild eyes, and a stumbling gait. This one is no more good to us.
I don't think we have enough for... Yeah. I could use some cash. So a run with the antiquarian wouldn't be a bad idea. That or we go. Actually, I'm gonna do one round with the. Oh, I can't do a round with the Shrieker because I don't have enough level 1s. That's not true. You can always recruit some. So that's position 1 and 2. I guess we need a position 3. So let's take the Houndman.
A lawman and his faithful beast.
That's double.
A bond forged by battle and bloodshed.
Double Houndmasters. Yeah, these don't really work in position 3, so...
Suffer not the lame horse, nor the broken man.
Okay, so much for the Shrieker. Let's try and level up some... So, not gathering 3 grain sacks because I'm trying to get money. Bounty Hunter's actually really good. It's just, I absolutely have to bring the Man-at-Arms. So, there it is. We're bringing no torches. Yep, this is pure greed.
To prosecute our war against the swine, we must first scout their squalid homes.
Oh God. So he's done the gatekeeper's done a really good job here. I'm not really in a position to be able to beat him up.
Annihilated.
He says as he gets a one-shot crit. So I'll try and let the Antiquarian clear this one out.
Their
Good.
formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration.
Blight on the pigs is obviously a dubious proposition, but it's the damage I can do now, so. Okay, not great,
Remind
but
yourself that overconfidence is a
manageable.
slow and insidious killer.
okay, now I gotta decide what things I give up. Ditch the Blight. I am kind of relying on this for replacement torches. This will get me extra food, but we did pack a lot of food, so I'll abandon that. The invitation is a little bit of a drag because it does take up inventory space, but I kind of need them, so it's a shame, but I gotta run with it. Again, part of the job here is just to try and replace some of my my lost gold. I used to be over 100k, now I'm at 50, so definitely a time to replenish.
Obliterated.
Again, silly to blight the pigs, but I don't have a lot of bleed, and it's working, so I won't question it. It is worth mentioning, I don't have a lot of heal here, but again, I'm clearly the last few rounds have sort of brought into question whether or not going in without good healers is a viable option. But in general, the idea that you always need to have some kind of traditional healer is not always the most helpful assumption in this game. I'm not saying that that's, you know, not something to keep in mind, but there are, like, in certain cases, it can be better to just do a lot of damage and, like, I think I've said this before, like, if you just try to out-heal, like, if you try to heal at a rate faster than the amount of damage that you take, you're either going to stress out and have a heart attack, at which point healing's not going to save you, or you're probably just going to die to conventional damage.
This is how a life is taken.
Because the game is kind of meant not to be this extended war of attrition. The cannon fight might be. It's why I'm seriously considering bringing a Vestal on the next run. But in general, I don't know. So if I can, I want to get... Okay. We'll head down here just to take advantage of the empty rooms. I don't even know who's good at disabling traps here.
Ancient traps lie in wait, unsprung and thirsting for blood. Darkness closes in, haunting the hearts of men.
I'm holding out hope I'm going to find another chest that I can work with, so... I always hate passing up gold, but... hard decisions have to be made. Well, nuts. At least I can Iron Swan the Frothing Madman. It may not be enough to kill him, though.
The horror.
By the way, I really love the pig sounds that they do when the torch is down. Obviously, Power Up just does great audio no matter what game they're working on, but two that I find particularly memorable are the screams when you're fighting the Fanatic. That's a very uncomfortable fight because of those sounds, actually. And then this sound that we're hearing right now.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
So it's a very slow rate of healing, but it's going to help. Obviously, the main damage dealers are the Hellion and the... well.
Sedated.
Nice. Right back where we started with the Plague Doctor, but again, I don't mind having two people who are not really main combatants do a bit of a healing run. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know. Overall, I think that's manageable.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
I think at this point I gotta bite the bullet and give up the key. And you know what? I am going to use the firewood.
Gathered close in tenuous firelight.
This is just to see if we can save save ourselves from the... Oh, that's right. Okay,
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted.
maybe too little...
Purpose is made clear.
Maybe too little too late as far as the firewood's concerned, but we are getting pretty full on the pack anyway, so we'll see if we can avoid some stress and finish our mission. Unexpected torch. Not that the
Cruel machinations spring
better
to
sight
life
helped us.
with a singular purpose.
I think we'll go kind of out and around like this.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
So, rare antique paid off, which is good. Ooh, we're playing a dangerous game with the hunger now. So, I'm pretty sure the Hellions not going to survive with their sanity intact, but it's a choice we made. So it looks like we have a couple battles no matter what, but at the very least we can look at some empty rooms. Oh my god!
The walls close in. The shadows whisper of conspiracy.
How are they against Blight? 80%. Well, that's what I got, so... The Gatekeeper is absolutely a priority. There's 3 people who can inflict sort of stress damage on us, but the Gatekeeper can also do guards, which will interfere with my ability to prioritize certain targets.
Masterfully executed. Decimated.
So again, even if I have characters that do more damage, I try to take sycophants off the board because of their ability to thirst. The ability to heal like that sort of renders them like, I guess the way I tend to think about the healing that they can do to themselves is it's like a reduction to the damage of all the characters. So generally if I can seal the deal, I take the opportunity with them. But obviously we got a lot of people with the Crimson Curse now, and not a lot of blood. So the sooner I get out of here, the better.
The ground quakes.
Ah, that would have been it. So if they move first, they get the thirst. Yep, so... Hey, but they dodged. Cool.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Obviously, it's a big risk to ditch the shovels here, but... we've managed so far. So, one person craving. Again, freeing up inventory space here. Sometimes the detriment of craving can be a bit of a boon, just in the ability to free up inventory space. But clearly, I would not. Clearly, I would not opt into having people get the Crimson Curse.
A shard of alien malignity.
It has been a while since I've seen this thing. So it is weak to Blight, though, so... I do a guard, but honestly, at this point, I think just smacking it as much as possible is the better call. Combined with the Plague Doctor, I definitely think this is better than just doing a nervous stab. Oh, these things blow up and like ruin my day, though. Okay, that's fine. That's going to be what the Man-at-Arms and the Hellion are for.
Be gone, fiend.
Oh, that's right. They heal too. Okay.
Devastating blow. Back to the pit.
I kind of wish they didn't self-debuff like that, but fair enough. Alright, this might be tricky because... Oh no, we've got the turn. Okay.
Another abomination. Cleansed
I've got
from
two
our
main
wrath.
people who are good for clearing those out, but obviously if like one of them... If the timings don't work out and one of them misses their attack, that can go rather poorly for me. So it seems like it clears all its debuffs when it does that. But I mean, again, the Blight is still something that I can ticket with.
Born of the void. It dies in the earth.
Oh man. I'd come here for cash. I think we can go back to the hamlet. That's a pretty decent haul.
Twisting tunnels seem a little less impossible.
Okay, so we got the level ups that we wanted. I'm already an hour over. Oh,
The greatest treasure of all.
by hateful curse or malign miracle, it seems even death can be defined in this damnable place. Only one of these soldiers can be returned to the living. So we can bring Frankenvinder back, Valken, and Mowbray. So I believe the occultist is actually one of the things that I wanted to recruit. So I'm going to be bringing
To fight the abyss,
Frankenvinder back.
one must know it.
I believe this is named after one of the Power Up Audio founders. So we're still so we've got the replacement we've got the replacement Flagellant. However, I believe we're still short the Highwayman. So clearly we need to clear out some bad feelings. So fortunately, we've already got somebody with the Crimson Curse. Also, this was going to be one of the people we brought on the one of the people that we brought on the boss fight. So it looks like we're going to have another round where we wait for that anyway. Okay, Wrath. All right, that makes it a little more complicated. So we're going to basically take up all the amenities. This may spread the curse, but that's life. Okay, so I gotta figure out why GNR slash... Oh, ANSI. Okay, that explains it. So that really sucks because GNR slash is either they're going to get the Crimson Curse or they're going to get extra ANSI. I think I'm just going to live with them getting extra ANSI. So let's take the opportunity to clear all the disease, and then we'll see what's left over to go on adventures. Probably not a lot. Oof, yeah, these numbers are pretty rough. So I got a lot of level 6s. Let's set out with them. Another run on the courtyard, I think. Let's bring... So I obviously can't bring GNR slash because of the stress. I'm just deciding whether chat would be the right call or Kanisi. I'm gonna try bringing Chatwood. I'm a little worried about our damage output, but how are we for cat? Oh yeah, sorry, I should double check that we've got the upgrades we want. Yep, we're fine. So 4 blood because he got 2 people with Crimson Curse. Pack a lot of food and a bunch of torches. So again, the hope is that this one lasts a little longer than the last time we went in. No expectations to make it to the Countess, but there is an expectation that we're going to do better than last time. Where are we? Right, so this was the gate. Oh, Jesus. I didn't realize they were wasting. This map's not exactly helping. So this time I'm going to go on pure offense, and then we'll worry about the who's weakest to stun. Looks like our friend the Esquire.
And power.
I'm really just trying to buy a little time on the Esquire while the Sycophant bleeds out.
Death by inches.
Nice.
Continue the onslaught.
Generally, the supplicants I find a little less threatening than the others. Probably should have done the other attack anyway, but... Yeah, a lot of pre-digestion, and pre-digestion isn't the most threatening of the attacks.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
So, Ed Baber's certainly doing work. I'm not really in a place to give blood. Strikes me as the sort of place where we might see a unfortunately locked gate. I've never had too much luck with those fountains, so I'm kind of leaving them. I completely forgot that there were blockages here, so I may want to be a little more careful with the shovels. Alright, that's not good. So that's definitely not the worst target for protection.
Decisive pummeling.
Ah, that's a pain. Alright, I'm gonna hope the Flagellant takes care of him next turn. How's he on Blight? They're all pretty resistant to Blight. So, no rain for him. Oh, he's gonna heal up. So we have heals as an option, but I really don't want to.
This advantage. Give them no quarter.
I don't want to give in to that temptation yet. The hope here is that I'm able to do some damage on the sycophant before they can heal.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Well,
I may heal the occultist, but I'll give it a little.
slow death.
Okay, we can afford to
Unforgiving.
dedicate some resources to healing. Wow, what a heal! All right, considerably more successful than our last run to the Crimson Court. It's always weird to see spiders like this in the Crimson Court. You're always expecting something a little more monstrous.
Obliterated. Exposed to a killing blow.
There might have been an argument for healing the shield breaker, but I've got a Vestal with the ability to do that, so.
Slowly.
Normally I have a Vestal that's
This
able
is
to do
how a
that.
life is taken.
Okay, so this is one of the reasons why I brought the shovel. So if I feel like I'm on a particularly good run, I can use the firewood. Not realize they'd be craving so soon. This is also the point where I want to start considering burning some cocoons. Of course, this is also the time that the cocoons are going to stop showing up, but that's a tomorrow me problem. I think I want to hit the courtesans.
Impressive.
Given their vulnerability to bleed, I do tend to like Rain of Sorrows. Now, normally I would do something like Serpent Sway, but it wouldn't hurt for me to do some early damage and just get these people off the table. Okay, we might do an Exsanguinate. Nuts. Okay, so we can start working on the supplicants.
Masterfully executed.
There isn't a huge need for healing at the moment, but we do have a lot of stress and not a lot of ways of dealing with it right now. Okay, so given that they're going to fall to bleed, now's a chance for me to get my team healed up. Okay, that doesn't help me at all. So, I mean, it's possible there's stuff here. I think I'd prefer to take my chances on this side than fight here and move to this room. I believe it also means we'll be passing some cocoons, so that'll help me with my stress. Because of course, if we as long as I can deal with the stress, I actually have a few. Like, I'm in reasonably good shape to go the distance in this section. It's just sort of the ticking stress that that creates the problems. Actually, now that I think of it, I think there's a lot of fountains here, and the cocoons. Oh no, there's cocoons here. Okay, so let the Vestal burn the first one. Rapturous for the Flagellant is a bit of a double-edged sword. Uh-oh. Oh, so it's just the one. Alright. I mean, it's better than nothing. Generally, healers that that get negative traits tend to create a lot of problems for me. We'll take... Okay, Cultist next. So all that stress we cured, well, that's about to be given up. If we can get a bit of blood out of this fight, that'd be best. I don't really know if there's any way of predicting it, but I'm not holding my breath, let's say. Not the character I normally want to be hitting, but actually, I guess I can get the shield breaker. So normally I would want to focus on the Insatiable Ghoul, but that was a chance for us to take the Sycophant off the board. And they both do stress damage, so you know, the arguments kind of exist for both. But because this thing is about to die to bleed, we're going to do some healing runs.
Returns even the boldest gaze.
Obviously, the Flagellant is sometimes served by having a
Monster's size has
a low health, or having low health,
merit,
but
unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't go out of my way to make them like I don't make them low health for the sake of being low health. Like generally, there's another purpose that's being served. I do like the symmetry of these levels, by the way, or this level specifically. So you're getting a little more generous with the eggs, it looks like. Normally I want to hit the manservant, but again, lead on the back road, particularly with people who can do the skewering repartee. It's not a bad trade-off. It's a weak move, but I have a plan.
A powerful blow.
Okay, so this is definitely going to provoke a riposte. Or no, you know what? Let's focus on the manservant. Okay, never mind. Oof, that's going to make life... no, actually the flagellant may still be able to do what I want them to do. It's a pain, but we don't need to worry about the riposte anymore, I suppose. Not so good. Okay, if I can... Oh. I can sacrificial stab, but not the way I want. This fight's starting to run away from me a little bit.
A singular strike.
So I think I'll get the Vestal to do some Divine Comfort. I don't normally like... so normally I think it's a bit of a weak choice to have somebody dedicated to healing. But in this case, like I've said a couple times before that the Supplicant isn't really my... Like, they're my preferred enemy to fight if I have to fight something in the Crimson Court. This is just buying me some time so I can maybe get a cheeky heal in. So
War can be healed.
we're near full health as a result of that. I opted for the stab.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
I do want to hang on to the blood. I got a lot of food, but no, we'll get rid of the citrine. And found a use for the key. You know, I was gonna say this might be where the Countess is, save for the fact that what's the point of this locked door if they're if that was the case. Oh, interesting. I gotta try this. Who's got the highest disease resist? I guess it's... I guess this one doesn't really give you disease. We'll probably wind up dropping that.
Ancient traps lie in wait, unsprung and thirsting for blood.
I'm sure there's some kind of storytelling going on here. Honestly, okay, so if it's the Countess and all of the, like, I don't know, we might be surprised. Hello!
This arrives, anomalous in aspect, and bent on exacting terrible revenge from beyond the bounds of decency.
Let's make this count.
The blood quickens.
Presumably she is going to be able to heal.
Inspiration and improvement.
Can't disrobe the flagellant, he's already... What?! Ooh. Interesting. Jesus Christ. Ah!
A devastating blow.
I'm wondering maybe I should put the vulnerability hex on? I'm not sure. Yeah, of course you want to have a boss like this have a heal. Why wouldn't you? I can't do group heals because I do want the flagellant to be able to, God. I really wish I knew what this love letter... Like, there's gonna be something terrifying that this does. Let's get a Serpent's Way down.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
Well, got my answer.
Confluence of skill and purpose.
Let's see if we can make that last. Haha. Okay, not good. So this is the time they're weak to bleed and such. But This is a difficult fight. Okay, so I don't think that vulnerability. I don't think the vulnerability hacks delivered the goods. So in this case, even if it's just a bit of chip damage, we're gonna run with it. What? This is not great if I'm bleeding and I've got something popping out of me. Yeah. Are you kidding me? 80 heals worth?
Set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
I gotta find a way to stop that. That's ridiculous. Okay, a lot of stress.
Frustration and fury, more destructive than 100 cannons.
I think I gotta start doing some group heals here because we're in
Even the aged oak will fall to the
we're in-
tempest's winds.
we're in a tough spot here. Oh, god damn it. That's too little. Man, I'm gonna need a good think about how I can take on the Countess, because, like, there's just a... It's really hard to make stuff stick with her. There's obviously something about the different forms that she takes. But I'm not 100% sure how I navigate that. Okay.
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
This is very frightening. It's giving me just enough hope, but... No! Oh my god, this game! Okay, so this is the one with the thirst. This is gonna suck.
Perched at the
Ooh.
very precipice of oblivion.
I got a divine comfort, but... Okay. Oh god, this is the one person I didn't want to have a big heal on. So much healing. It's another possible killer.
True test. Hold fast.
Both of my healers are about to explode, and they've got bleed on them.
Death cannot be escaped, but it can be postponed. Wherefore, heroism? Teetering on the brink.
Stop! Oh, Jesus Christ.
Unwound.
There's gonna be some people dying soon. Sorry for the silence, I just really need to focus. So, this is where they're weakest, but they're gonna transform into the nightmare creature, so... I'm gonna party heal with the... Vestal, and everybody else needs to focus on doing as much damage as possible. I do not give a damn if the Flagellant doesn't want the healing. And again, like I said, we do the damage that we can. We're so close to winning this, but we're also so close to a moment where they're going to turn into something much bigger than we can handle. 26, can I pull it off? Party heal because we need everybody on deck. Okay. So if we get to move before them... Oh, that's right, the 55 prot. Okay, that's 20 health they got. You gotta be careful about the stress too, because oh, that's no damage at all. Oh my god, and the bleed. And we're in heart attack territory, so I have to do a Divine Comfort, even though they're gonna heal for another 20. Oh, okay. Again, it's all damage at this point, even though I could use some other heals. They only get one more chance for 20 health. Okay, we may lose the occult. Okay, so Vestal's got to do a party heal.
is no place for the weak or the foolhardy.
See, the thing is, we're potential. Oh, we just lost.
Another life wasted in the pursuit of glory and gold.
It's a dangerous game I'm playing here because we may not be able to do enough damage to overcome the heal they do. I'm gonna run with it though. Sorry, Elephantope, I'm... Ah, crap. So I don't have Exsanguinate, so... No way! Okay, we burnt the boats. Ah, Christ, the fact that Ed Baver keeps moving forward wastes the turn. So if we lose the Flagellant, then it's over. I just need one more hit. Mind you, their prot's up, so... And they just got 20 health. Oh, God.
More blood soaks the soil.
The heart attack's gonna finish him. I just need one more. Oh, no! Yeah, we're done.
More dust.
Oh, well.
Ashes. More disappointment.
That's a real shame.
To be tended.
Because obviously that was a bunch of level 6s that we just lost to that. Still, first encounter with the Countess, and man, that is a tough fight. So apologies to Red Hulk, Ed Baver, Chatwood, who is the composer for this game, and Sungeef. That's 3 people from chat who just got wiped out.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
So is Flagellant, was it Flagellant, Vestal, Shieldbreaker? Okay, so we've got a Vestal.
A sister of battle, pious and
Oh, I think we also
unrelenting.
needed a replacement Grave Robber, if I'm not mistaken. Oh god, unbelievably difficult. I mean, the real shame on that one was if it was a slightly... Actually, you know what? It wasn't even if it was a slightly different turn. If the Vestal didn't move forward each turn, that would have been a win, because I could have done the Judgment. And I can't remember what ability it was that caused that. But I definitely know the next party that I send to that is going to need... they're basically going to need to be better in any given position. And it also feels like a very long fight, so I need to think about how I sensibly manage the different phases. So, yeah, I mean, this is my first time encountering all this Crimson Court stuff, so it's actually, all of the bosses so far we've been able to beat the first time we've encountered them, except for the Countess. So it's been a pretty good run, but yeah, this is definitely... We've had a few different runs We've had a few different runs leading up to this one where it was definitely really... Oh wait, was it the Highwayman? No, surely we have a Highwayman now. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember who we've lost. We've lost a lot of people this time around. Okay, so clearly it wasn't the Gibbering Prophet. Apparently I didn't lose a grave. Okay, maybe the better thing for me to do is sort by class. So we got 2 lepers, 2 hellions, 2 crusaders, 1 abomination. So I definitely want a replacement flagellant, but I gotta work on that. 2 men-at-arms, 1 bounty hunter. I feel like I should have more. We definitely want a replacement highwayman. Want a replacement occultist. Yeah, so you kind of got 2 of the stuff that I want. Oh yeah, and I still have this weird surplus of arbalists because the marksman is, or sorry, musketeer is the arbalist. Wait, so I don't have any grave robbers? Well, that's an oversight. Well, no, that's not an oversight. That's that's attrition.
To those with a keen eye, gold gleams like a dagger's point.
Okay, now, the more important question, we need to get some people at level 6, so I've got a big group of level 5s. Right, GNR Slash is starting to get antsy, so let's send you out. I'm still short on money, too. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna try that 16-pounder again. So I'm fine with the Hellion. I'm not entirely convinced I really need a Vestal here. Like, we brought a Houndmaster the last time. As much as I'd like to bring Erasmus, the one thing I don't think that's going to work for us is a Plague Doctor. We try Eldolby with the Hound again. Actually, we don't have a lot of good position 3s. You know what? I will try it with a Vestal. Because I guess I did say it wound up being a little bit of an attrition run. I'm overstocking on food, but that'll give me a little more gas in the tank if we wind up in a tough spot. I should also bring... I'll bring 4 blood just in case, yeah. One of them's craving already, so... actually, before I do the provisions... We've probably already done this, but best to double check. Yeah, there we go. And I'm assuming we're gonna bankrupt ourselves on... I don't really think I'm gonna need this, but... Yep. You know what, let's make it the full 12. Alright.
Eager to end the tiresome domestic distraction, I instructed my newly formed militia of hardened bandits, brigands, and killers to go forth and do their work. Compliance and order were restored, and the noisome population of the hamlet was culled to more manageable numbers. The smell of sulfur and gunpowder hangs in the air. The war machine is close.
Let's see if we can have a little more luck taking out a boss this time.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies. In Radiance, may we find victory.
Thank you, Gilswalt. I'm still feeling a bit of adrenaline on the Countess fight. Like, there's that little side of me where I was like, it was so close. Couldn't they just give it to me?
As the light gains purchase,
But
shields are lifted.
I don't feel hard done by on it.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Continue the onslaught.
I think it's also just a question in terms of the, like, so, I don't know if Uncle Cranky's in here, but, like, it's really clear that Uncle Cranky probably shouldn't be playing this game, because it's clear, like, we talked a bit about the experiment he ran. So, for those of you that didn't, because part of the conversation was sort of had in another sense, his big thing is that he says he ran an experiment. What this means, because there is no, like, save game in it, was he was obviously mad that he lost a character. And so he crashed out and reloaded, and then, you know, there's a certain death blow percent. And it, you know, no matter what, his character died. Now, I think most of you who are familiar with games will know that this is not uncommon in a lot of games. In fact, it's something that game developers do to kind of stop players from ruining the games for themselves. So, like, Civilization, it uses a seeded random number because if you had a probabilistic outcome for your battle, and you could just reload your save each time you lost, and then, just only take the wins. That kind of spoils the game, right? Like, you, the player, are spoiling it for yourself, but it's just one of these things where kind of the developer has to protect the player from themselves. And so having, for the same reason why, if you're doing research, why you would want to have a random seed so that you can generate the same sequence of random numbers, game developers use the same thing. And so that's basically what, that's the same thing that Darkest Dungeon does. So if you have a belief that the random number should be generated at, if you have the belief that the random number at the moment the event happens needs to be generated, you're going to feel that the game is cheating. But of course, the opening sequence sort of says, you get one... I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but basically it's like you get one run, and that's it. Like, actions are permanent, consequences are permanent. And I mean, that's the thing that makes this game so appealing. But it's also hard to deny, like, so obviously, like, I'm obviously kind of like teasing Uncle Cranky about this, because of course, if he's coming into my channel saying that the game that I'm playing is not good, obviously I'm, I will bat that right back. But the thing is that, right, like, some people have a certain tolerance for that, and other people don't, for the same reason that, like, there's a few types of games that I don't particularly care for. So, I certainly enjoy something like the Countess fight, something that's completely alien, and, I have no certainty whether or not I'm going to make it through. And I lost some of my most valuable characters on that, but I had a lot of fun doing it. Amadeus, thank you very much for the follow. If you are of a temperament to
Powerful blow.
kind of not believe that winning the game is a necessary condition for fun, that either having a new experience or feeling like you're overcoming a really significant challenge, there's a number of different things that can drive you to play a game like this. I just get to have that feeling of excitement. So, again, like I'm sad I lost those characters for sure. But the fact that I'm still sort of really keyed up, like, again, you can't really see me, but like just physically, I kind of feel myself really kind of keyed up. Like it's pretty clear that was an adrenaline-inducing battle.
Ground quakes.
So, clearly I'm in the intended demographic for the game, whereas the Cranky's not. Is everything that's Darkest Dungeon? Yeah, exactly, right? Like, because the other thing too, like in the game you have the option of running, right? There's no point where the game sort of says, you're not allowed to. Well, it will warn you if you're running into one of those situations where you're going to be forced to stay. But for the most part, you do have a chance of escaping pretty much anything that you're up against.
But a victory nonetheless.
So even, like clearly I made a decision to go all the way through, to stick with it, and in that particular case, it didn't turn out. But somewhere on Earth 2.0, I beat that, and all of you wouldn't be hearing the end of how I beat every boss of the Crimson Court first time I encountered it. It's probably better that I didn't win that, actually, because I would have been intolerable. I am definitely going later, though, because my pride demands that I take out at least one boss tonight.
Dazed, reeling, about to break.
I really gotta kill that hunter. The blanket fire is a tough attack.
The wounds of war can be healed.
So we have the option of camping before the cannon, but clearly I'd like to go a little deeper before we try that. I'm a little... yeah. I was a little hesitant to spend so much time healing people, but...
Decimated. As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Okay. I wish we had better scouting.
Ambushed by foul invention. If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
To be perfectly honest, the gold is probably worth a bit more than the emeralds, just because I suspect I'll not encounter that many more emeralds, but I'm going to run with what I got. Ooh. she is gonna cause me a lot of trouble.
Well struck.
I do need to get some heals down at some point, but for now, I think as much damage as we can on the giant. Because a couple of well-placed tree branch smacks are going to ruin my day. Please don't change the order. Ah, disgusting. Ah. Ouch.
Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss.
Probably need to start making these party heals.
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
I'm very reluctant. So the smart move would be to guard the Hellion, but and obviously shooting the crone. But yeah, that could have been a death blow there.
Lapse in concentration.
So party heal now. God damn it! And she's killing my torch too.
A hand's breadth from becoming unwound.
The number of death's doors is really killing the stress. But given that the marks... Ah!
And now the true test. Hold fast or expire.
Good God. Wow.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
What?
Blurred vision. The end approaches.
Ugh, thank God. Thank the Maker. Adrenaline rush to get that blight off. So once the giant's down, then we'll focus on healing everyone. For now, I think we're gonna focus the Hellion as much as we can. Marksman or Musketeer is the secondary target. Yeah, the Ancestors lines are wonderful. I've actually... I can't remember the exact... It's the more devastating than 100 cannons. I just can't remember the exact line. It appears relatively rarely compared to some of the others, but it is one of my favorite lines, and we've heard that a couple of times tonight.
The bigger the beast.
Okay, so we're gonna focus on healing the party, and then we'll just slowly whittle down the fungal clawer. I think we can afford some divine
A
comfort.
momentary abatement.
The other one that I liked 2 streams ago while I was fiddling around with my inventory, I actually ran into a line that specifically talked about... It's basically the "I know you're messing around with your inventory" line, which I thought was really funny. I don't know if you've heard it, but I can try and find the exact words. Well, actually, I did say there was going to be healing focused, so... If the the Musketeer heals themselves, then the Vestal can focus on the Hellion, and that means I have 2 members of the party who are focused on doing damage. So...
A singular strike.
For all the trouble we went through there, and we do have a stress problem with the Hellion, and I mean, obviously they've been at death's door, so there's... you know, they have a bunch of penalties.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
For all of that, we're actually in an okay spot. I think I'm willing to risk it for the root. Actually, you know what? Here. That's the smarter call. Again, it's really, really tempting to ditch some of this food, but that's going to be my get-out-of-jail-free card. It's really hard to say where the cannon is. I'm going to try moving to the left, just because it'll eliminate possibilities. Do I even want to touch this thing? Oh, come on. So, you know, best case, we just run straight into the cannon, and... This game hates me. So we have a worry about heart attacks now.
Birthplace of dread.
Oh Jesus, so many turns wasted just trying to get the team back in shape. So we'll clear out the maggots. This could not have been a worse run to group to go into, because they're not going to do that much damage to me. But the stress damage they're going to do is unimaginable. That's fine. We can whine about it, or we can rise to the challenge.
Eradicated. The abyss returns even the boldest gaze.
I think I'm going to do the Dazzling Light. Not because I want the stun, but just so that I can boost the torch. Again, we don't really need the heal right now, so... And it's a high protection enemy. So I was reflecting on this. Because the focus is direct damage on the cannon, it didn't seem to make a lot of sense to bring people who do that ticking damage this time around. So Dazzling Light, not necessarily for the stun, although that'd be nice. It's more just to bring the torch up. Or, you know, whiff. Alright, conventional damage I can live with.
A victory. Perhaps a turning point.
Can't remember if I put the Vestal in 3 or the... You know, I actually think the damage is the slightly higher priority, so... not great. And no scout.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Oh, this is gonna suck.
Weakened.
I think we'll just judge it.
A devastating blow.
I'll probably start healing the man-at-arms, but if we can get a little extra
A decisive
little extra damage on the thing that could potentially generate new enemies. Stop!
Impressive.
So they're stunned.
Their cursed champion.
Okay, so Vestal's gonna start. We'll do a dazzling light just to try and restore some of the torch. And then after that, the Vestal's gonna. Ooh.
A moment of clarity in the eye of the storm.
We probably need to focus on this guy a little bit more.
This expedition at least promises success.
Okay, so no cannon here. I'm gonna run the risk. So I'm gonna run the torch kind of low. We'll camp here. I would prefer to camp a little bit closer, but I've got stress to think about. Like clearly we need to. Think about the effect of having too low of a torch. Well, God, it's a tough call. I might be able to get away with one more room like this. Now, in the middle of the dark. I don't think that's a good idea. So again, it's a premature campfire. I guess the good news is that we don't need to do a lot of healing.
Gathered close in tenuous firelight.
Of course, the
Uneasy companionship.
catch might be that we wind up ambushed. That's the best I got. What?
And now,
Why? What?
black as death.
So we're gonna kill the stress stealers first, even if we wind up taking more damage. Wow!
Blow to body and brain. Annihilated.
Doing well for virtues.
Clarity in the eye of the storm.
So we're definitely healing the musketeer. God damn. This is really dangerous. So I'm going to use the back two to focus on the musketeer. The biggest thing is I kind of have to hope we don't kill this thing too quickly, but and it's pretty high stun resist, so yeah, we'll just rely on its prot to... Alright, well.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Again, I'd love to take more stuff, but I do also kind of need the cash. It's going to be a lot of damage. Oh, lovely. More debuffs.
Curious is the trap maker's art. His efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes.
Okay. We know there's a big cannon, we just don't know where. Okay, good thing I didn't get rid of the torches. Or sorry, the shovels. We got rid of the torches.
Victim to the spreading corruption. Malformed with misintent.
Okay, so clearly now is a good time for me to eat the surplus food. One last battle before the cannon. All right.
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy.
2 hounds. I've earned that, right? Why?
Destroyed.
These guys caused me so much trouble last time. So again, priority Sycophant first, then Chevalier. Sycophant first because they can do Maddening Wine, which will kill my Hellion. This is one of these nice cases where Judgment will heal my Vestal. Okay, well, these things happen. We only have one blood though, so if somebody winds up craving, that's not gonna go well. I may consider some party heals, but probably we should take out the Chevalier before that happens. Well, now I'm seeing the wisdom of party heals. Okay. Well, that just killed our ability to heal. I wanted to get more healing in, but we gotta
Ghoulish horrors brought low.
gotta
and
deal with the
driven into
world as it
mud.
is. Okay.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
We also don't have that much food left, so it's gonna be a bit character building, but let's see if we can take the
A
cannon.
marvel of technology, an engine of destruction.
Let's start by healing the part. Ooh, all right.
Sedated. Obliterated.
I should have rearranged the party. That's one drawback, but nice. So I'm not crazy about the debuff this is going to give me, but I do want to break through, just so that I can take advantage of the Iron Swan if I need it. So the strategy I'm going to be employing here is effectively to ignore everything but take 10. If I want help, I will ask for it. Yeah, the plan here is to ignore, basically ignore anything that isn't the cannon or somebody who will set it off. Ugh!
Unbalanced.
That's the consequence of ignoring not cannon things. Like, we haven't done that much damage to it yet. Again, the Iron Swan is
Injury and
too
despondence
good to pass
set
up.
the stage for heroism.
I don't really think the party heal is going to be enough. This stress really is freaking me out. Oh god. I really need the Hellion to be rising to the occasion right now. I have a suspicion we're gonna have to run, but I'm not,
Compassion is a
I am not
rarity
content
in the fever
to,
pitch of battle.
to do such a cowardly act this early.
at the very precipice of oblivion.
Again, I gotta kind of count on everybody to do their job, but the heart attack's coming, and there's not a lot. Like I'm sort of stuck in a really bad little loop.
Grievous injury, palpable fear.
I should have. Oh God! I should have eaten this food before I went in too. Yeah, the number of pass turns from the Hellion. Like this is a case where the cannon could go off.
Mortality clarified in a single strike.
Okay. The thing I don't remember about this fight. So here's the big problem I'm running into. I'm probably going to run from this fight for this reason. Actually, alright, this is such a bad choice. I'm gonna go one more on this. What I'd like to know is whether or not the Brigand Pyro needs to move up and then trigger it, or if it takes its action and then triggers it. And again, in the interests of learning the game by playing it, as opposed to letting other people tell me how to play the game, I'm gonna run the experiment. To be honest, the smart thing to do is to run, because I don't see how I beat this encounter with the current state of my team anyway. Like, if I knew that the Pyro was going to be firing the cannon this turn, I would either do Judgment and then just hope the Man-at-Arms doesn't die, or, you know, I don't know what, but it'll be a learning experience. But again, the result of this might be 2 people dying. Or possibly more. Okay, well, now we know. Oh, and a heart attack.
This is no place for the weak or foolhardy.
The worst part is it was the Hellion we lost. Oh, 2 done.
In the pursuit of glory and gold. A wise general cuts losses and regroups.
Costly experiment.
Will invariably lead to defeat.
All right.
I remember days when the sun shone and laughter could be heard from the tavern.
Thank you, Coswalt. That was not as glorious of an ending as the previous run, but educational. But I really do need to start getting some replacements. Our roster's starting to look pretty thin. Okay, so first thing I need to do is clear out the clear out the stress. Huh. They've been really stuck in there. So we are trying to replace a Hellion, Man-at-Arms. Do I need another Vestal? We have 2. An Occultist, Shield Breaker. You know what? Let's just see what's on offer. Nothing we really need. Yeah. It has, however, been 5.5 hours, and as much as I wanted to continue the kind of the tradition of taking out bosses, I'm also kind of at the point, like, I think one of the things that is, I think one of the things that's happening is my desire to do that is also leading to, you know, some rather heavy losses. So, as a recap in terms of where we're at, Formless Flesh, that's a new one. So, 2 runs on the Brigand 16-pounder, neither of which was really impressive. I do think the team that I brought was a little bit better equipped for that one. I do also think that... So, I mean, there's something about the trying to ignore the... there's something about trying to ignore the... like, the added enemies that might be unattractive to that approach. I don't know. I gotta think a little bit about it. Because the thing is that the cannon is pretty tough. So you have to prepare for a longer encounter. If you spend all of your time killing the extra enemies, like, that's fine. I'm sure eventually you'll do enough damage to the cannon, but that seems to me to be a really good way to, like, have an unlucky run and see the cannon go off. So I don't know. I'll think about it a little bit. But the 16-pounder, I feel at least I know how that encounter sort of works now, right? You know, it's a shame that I had to learn or relearn, I suppose, that the cannon goes off regardless of the position of the pyro. But it's a lesson to learn, right? At least now I know. The Cove, I am not 100% sure how the Drowned Crew works, and honestly, it's probably better that I focus on one thing at a time. And then, I mean, the Countess, I have no idea. I do have a feeling, though, that the Countess might be what I focus on next week. So, the thing is that the last couple of runs where, like, I've sort of felt it running away from me, it's definitely been a result of, like, running into some Crimson Court enemies, which wind up, you know, particularly in the case of the Hellion and the Heart Attack, I can attribute a lot of that to what happened with, you know, with the Crimson Court enemies, which do tend to produce a lot of stress. So if you think of the Crimson Court enemies, you've got Sycophants with the Maddening Wine. You've got what is it? Manservants. Toadies, whatever they're called. You know the ones I'm talking about, though. They've got the Enraging Slight. While it's not a stress-based attack, the Skewering Repartee from the Chevalier is a... Or no, not Chevalier. The starts with an E. Sorry, my mind's kind of gone. I have a kind of a limit in terms of when I can stream well. Anyways, Esquire. Like, that one does a lot of damage and then gives it its riposte, so, you know, now you've kind of got two things to hang on to. Basically, these things popping up in the middle of my runs is creating a lot of disruption to the strategy. So, the Countess is an incredibly difficult fight. And I really need to sit down and think about how I'm going to approach that, because it's really clear what the phases are. It's really clear what happens. But to be honest, the fact that they can do 20 health and potentially crit for 40. I think we had like 240 crits in a row. So that's, you know, that's 80 health right there. That's almost a quarter of their health bar. And that's only 2 of their actions that they get when they're able to do the thirst. You know, I have to prepare for all of those contingencies. But I actually think probably next week the right answer is going to be to clear out the Countess. Number one, because as far as the composition is concerned, we still actually have a lot of level 6 people. Admittedly, not as many in the, with the abilities that we'd necessarily want, but like we're still okay. And then I don't know, like, I just sort of feel like the elimination of the Crimson Court. So, number one, if it turns it to be a meat grinder and I wind up losing or like having another party wipe, well, that's fine. I can just go and get some more level 6s. I can get some more recruits and we can move them up to level 6. It's not like we're immediately going to the Darkest Dungeon. If we succeed, it means that our subsequent runs in the Warrens, the Weald, and the Cove will be free of an enemy that has clearly thrown us off our game. And then, I don't know, I mean, clearly we're at a point now where I'm going to want to be leveling people up to 5 and 6 again. So it definitely is not going to hurt that we have at least 3 more encounters to get those level ups done. But yeah, definitely, I don't know if I can say it's a full step back tonight, but we definitely had some pretty heavy losses and fun times, but my roster's quite shot through. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but because I've got so much space on my roster,
of battle, pious and unrelenting.
feel like it's not a bad idea to stock up on some level 3s. Haven't beaten the game yet. I've owned this game for years and still haven't beaten it. Yeah, no, actually, so, funny thing, Elephantelope. So I actually got this game in early access, and I played it on and off. Now, I was invited out to Vancouver from another developer to kind of go to a Halloween party with them. And I know one of the people who worked on the audio for this game, and we were talking, because this was like the week that Darkest Dungeon 2 was released into early access. So we actually talked about this a little bit. And it turns out that the majority of people who have played Darkest Dungeon have not actually beaten it. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Because, and in fact, apparently, again, I don't mean to speak for anybody, but like just what I'm kind of giving is the impression that I got from that conversation. That the point of something like Darkest Dungeon 2 is not like you beat Darkest Dungeon, so now you know what's going on in Darkest Dungeon 2. It's more, you had a really good time with this game before, and we're going to give you something, in the ballpark of that kind of an experience. And it's absolutely not a requirement that you have beaten the game before. So that's a really long answer to your question. No, I definitely have not beaten this game. This is actually the furthest that I've ever gotten inside of the game. So everything I'm seeing here is brand new. It's also why I'm a little more sanguine about losing, because that's how the game works, right? Like if you go up and read the how to play the game ahead of time, I suppose you can sort of one-shot everything. But this is the thing, is like everything up to today has been sort of me running into an encounter and sort of beating it for the first time. This is actually kind of the first wall that I've run into, in the sense that I've taken some attempts at some bosses and have not succeeded in them, even when I've sort of built a party to try and deal with them. So yeah, I have no idea what the Darkest Dungeon itself looks like, but I did want to unpack what you were talking about a little bit, just because I actually think that your experience is fairly representative of most people who have played the game, and I think it just so happens that it's not that long ago that I actually got to talk with somebody who is knowledgeable about the game, and that it's I don't want to say it's not like the game has been made without the intention of beating it, but I think probably it's fair to say that this game was successful, and my impression is that the sequel has done well. I don't know if there's any info on how much it's sold. But I think probably some of the success of this game stems from the fact that it's a fun ride to go on however long you're on it. So if you have not in fact seen the Darkest Dungeon itself, that's okay, because, you know, even your first, like when you have Reynold and Dismas, right, and if Reynold or Dismas dies, and I believe we've actually lost both, we may still have Dismas kicking around, but I'm pretty sure we lost him in one of our, yep, we lost him in one of our ill-fated attempts. What did he die to, out of curiosity? Because I know he died relatively recently. Slain by a vile brigand raider. Oh, that's right! When the Hamlet got raided. I forgot about that. But yeah, it's like when you have those first two characters that, you know, you started learning the game with, and when they fall and they're not coming back, right? It's really not all that different from what I've gone through now, right? Which is to have a full party wipe of level 6s. It's just the number on it is bigger, but the pain is still there. So, but I don't know. Obviously I play games, I don't make them. So that's my guess about why this works. Anyways, thank you everybody for watching. I'm actually quite tired, and I'm not going to blame all of my poor decisions on that, but I think rather than try and pursue a boss victory that is unlikely to come, I think it's better to just say that this is a wonderful example of how fun this game is to play, even when you get your ass kicked. The plan is so I'll admit, I was actually planning on finishing this a little earlier than I think it's clear I'm going to. But this is my Friday game for the foreseeable future. On Monday, we will be back with Stellaris. Wednesday is actually when the Dirty Rectangles event happens, so that's a local game dev meetup, which I like to attend. It's now virtual, so I will probably stream an hour earlier on Wednesday, but I will probably only stream for 2 hours. And of course, if you're just here for Darkest Dungeon, that will be on Friday. I have some stuff to record over the weekend. I am hoping one day to spend some more time on Darkest Dungeon on a weekend, but that probably won't be this one. And yeah, thanks. I'm actually happy. So many of you are kicking around. I'm glad that it was fun to watch, because this is the thing. I've gotten used to sort of having this constant upward trajectory of events. So I'm not sure if it's as fun for people to watch me suffer. Particularly when it's stuff that, you know, like, I'm sure a lot of you who are familiar with the Canon fight were probably screaming at your monitors, you know, saying, you know, no, don't do that. And I appreciate you letting me die and find out for myself, because that's a huge part of why I enjoy this game. You know, being able to you know, rise or fall on the merits, or often the demerits of my choices. But I will do my best to show my game show the game my displeasure a week from now, after I calm down, get myself back to my happy place, and particularly think a little bit about that stupid Countess. It's fun seeing people suffer through the things that you once suffered through. Yeah, I don't know how far you got in the game, but I will tell you this. So this is I know who I'm going to host now, so I found it. But I'll actually tell you what. I'll start the raid now. We're going to be raiding Night Valian. I know he's been my usual raid for the last little while. It just happens to be because he's on at this hour. But I'll try and talk this through to the very end. But yeah, Elephantelope, I am actually coming back to this save after kind of a longer period of time away. I didn't like stop playing it for any particular reason. I also get like sent keys to to show stuff. So, sometimes things take a back seat to it. But I've actually found that coming back to the save and like getting reacquainted with it, it kind of sucks when you run into bosses that you feel like you should know the patterns for, but they're that much more difficult on. But if you have felt like it's been a while and you want to reconnect with with the game, especially if you have an old save, I highly recommend getting back on that horse. I can't say if it's equally rewarding if you've already beaten the game, but if you wherever you are, if you've got an old save, I recommend jumping back onto it because it's been very rewarding for me. And, of course, that goes for the rest of you as well. Anyways, I'm done monologuing. Please treat Nivalian well. He's playing Final Fantasy VI, and I know he's been looking to grow his channel. He's a soft-voiced Brazilian, streams every night. I will see you all Monday or possibly a week from now if you're just here for Darkest Dungeon. Have a great night.